Hey yo. Oh, I like this. I like this spotlight look. I didn't turn those. Maybe I turned the wrong lights on. I think I meant to turn those ones on. Wait, what I do? Yeah, I think I turned the wrong
I don't
lights
think any
on.
of the lights are. Any of those are
No,
on.
yeah, I meant to. I think I meant to leave these off and turn those on.
What you trying to do it? You trying to do it like the garden?
No, I was trying to do it like when one of us isn't here, and then
And the lights go off.
the lights go off. But I don't know which one of these go off.
When I'm here alone, this whole half just goes off.
Yeah,
I'm at the garden at that point. I'm doing what they call
yeah,
it theater lighting.
but I don't remember. That reminds me. I think I'm gonna have to be home Thursday. That was the day my car thing got moved to.
It's all good.
Um, yeah, I don't know which one of these lights are on the sensors. I don't know if this looks weird or not, but you look good. So
Thank you. I got citizens and brothers. The feed. What's going on, y'all? Where's Rich from Anywhere? Congratulations.
oh yes, indeed.
My man Pino, congratulations.
Yes, indeed. There he
Or
is.
if I had to drop,
There he is.
congratulations. Oh my God.
Oh man. Hey, Actively Black. That's where you get it. ActivelyBlack.com.
It's a good look.
Yeah, get them while they're available because I'm buying them all up. Buying them all up, baby. Shout out to Laney. Laney, if you see this, I'm trying to get you on the show. Like I'm gonna cut this. Jesse, let's cut this into a video. I'm gonna put this on Instagram, and I'm trying to get Laney's attention so he can come on the show with us.
Laney, pull up on us, man. Come on now.
What's up, everybody? Young Zell, what's happening? Oh man, what a bit of bad news, man. De La Soul, that's no good at all.
That's terrible.
No good at all.
Jeez.
Oh man. Man, we got a lot to talk about. Will Z, what's up, baby? Will Z, front yard hoops.
Will Z, do me a favor, man. What's the record of the Kings when they score 114? I lost count. 114 or more. What's the record?
You know what the great part was? I put the math in the rundown so we didn't have to do it. Now you got to wait.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yeah.
Hold up. You thought because the game was on Saturday we wasn't going to hit them air horns?
Stop playing with us.
You thought because the game was on Saturday,
let's go,
we weren't going to drop that second beat from Young Zell. Hey, all we asked for was a split.
That's right.
Yeah.
And De'Aaron Fox came through.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now.
Tell them like the beam. Let's go. Young Zell right there on the intro. And we welcome you into this Monday, February 13th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Cry, Eagles, cry.
I want you to put the word out there. We back up. Understand me? We back up.
We back up, baby.
The Eagles aren't. The Eagles didn't make it.
We back up, baby. Kings are back up. But yeah, cry, Eagles, cry. Oh, sorry, Leasy.
It's a shame.
Sorry, Matthew.
It's a shame. Wait.
Sorry, Drapes.
We ain't seen Leasy in here yet. That's all right. Leasy, Word get back to Lizzie. You got some paid time off today, Lizzie. Go ahead.
PTO. No need for them barricades downtown.
Lick your wounds, baby. But
Hey, what Charles Barkley say in 93? Take them cardboards off the windows.
oh Lord have mercy.
Take them boards off the
I
window.
hope it wasn't cardboard. That wouldn't have been very effective. Look, shout out to Patrick Mahomes, who was in here
Hey,
on the YouTube.
hey, Patty Mahomes.
Put a couple of trophies. Put a couple of trophies.
KC.
Yeah, we appreciate you being here. You can take part here in the Chatty House as well. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. You can jump in the Chatty House on Twitch as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you're on Facebook Live, we're there. If you're scrolling through your timelines at ESPN13 on 1320 on Twitter, you got us. We'll get to the game. We'll get to the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll get to Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes and everything that went on yesterday. But we're going to go back to Saturday.
Yeah, man.
As the Sacramento Kings, off a tough Friday night against the Mavericks, where they essentially lost the game in the first quarter, regrouped, rebounded, and played a team. I want you to get mad at me that I'm sneaky impressed with, at least in the early stages of this new partnership between De'Aaron and Luka, between Kyrie and Luka, and that squad they got over there. I can see the vision. We'll see how long it lasts. But man, that was an impressive win by the Sacramento Kings on Saturday night.
Let me start with the work first, because there's no need to get mad at you, D-Lo. I felt the same way about Dallas. And I can't stand the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, but you like Kyrie, though.
I do
Kyrie,
like Kyrie.
And I know Saturday, it was Friday night, Mike Brown and his post-game press conference, because Drapes had to remind me. I forgot Mike was with Kyrie for a year. I completely forgot about that ill-fated going back to Cleveland year that Mike had. I'm sure Mike has tried to block it out of his memory too, but I was with Kyrie for a year.
Yeah.
And he brought in a Kenny Caraway line. You would have been proud of this one. He said, pound for pound, you talk about the best one-on-one players in the entire league. If Kyrie's not the one, he's up there with the one.
This dude's crazy. This dude's crazy out there. And I'm gonna tell you this, like I said, I think the ceiling was raised when they got Kyrie Irving. I don't know if they're even going to reach that ceiling or come close. But after seeing them for 2 games, well, they only had 1 game with Luka and Kyrie.
Yeah.
But seeing that team and the way they play for 2 games, I was impressed with Dallas. That's a good basketball team, which made Saturday. I was saying it during the game. This isn't hindsight. This isn't just because the Sacramento Kings won. I think I said this going into the fourth quarter. I tweeted it out. Hell of a game on Saturday. That was a great basketball game. I was impressed with both teams. That was playoff basketball that we were watching on Saturday night. Both of those teams are hey, I have no problem saying it. Both of those teams are 2 of the best teams in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
Hands down. That was a great game on Saturday. And I learned a lot from both teams before the final buzzer even sounded. I learned a lot from the Mavericks, seeing the way that they played with Kyrie and Luka. Like you said, I see the vision. I see what they're going after. And with the Sacramento Kings, before the final buzzer, they won or lost that game. Oh, yeah, that's a playoff team, period. That's a team that plays into late April. That's a playoff team right there, hands down, whether they win or lose. Thankfully, they won the game, obviously. But I saw what I needed to see about 3.5 quarters into that game. That was a hell of a game on Saturday night.
Couldn't agree more. And I think that was one of De'Aaron Fox had one of the greatest performances I think we've seen in recent Sacramento Kings memory. That fourth quarter into overtime, he was just on a different level than anyone else. That includes Kyrie and Luka Doncic. And I think that's, if there's a flaw in the makeup of that team, it might be that. You have to rely so heavily on them that if the game gets extended, and truth be told, I didn't think it was going to. When Fox got the ball at the end, I was like, got this. This game's over.
Yeah.
I didn't have as much confidence when he missed it. But then I think it was 2 plays in. or two possessions in, Dallas had missed back-to-back threes. I thought they're gone. They're beat. Their legs are gone. And if Sacramento can capitalize on the offensive end, I think they've got this. They don't have enough left in the tank, and that might be the lone flaw to this because they look tired. And granted, it's overtime. You're going to be tired, but they didn't look like they had enough in the reserves to pull out against the team like Sacramento, who said it all week. You've got to split this series. Yeah. At worst, you've got to split this series with the Mavericks, and they were the ones with their back against the wall.
The split was, I don't want to say just what the doctor ordered because you would have wanted to win both of the games. Sure. But the split, when you're ahead, I learned this from baseball. Now we have these little baseball series. If you're chasing, a split does you no good, essentially, because all you do is you come out of that series right where you were when you went into the series, except you're 2 games closer to the end of the season. You know what I mean? That was what was in front of the Mavericks. And the Kings just had to get the split in this situation. Friday, the way they played, the way they lost that game, it put more emphasis and a little more pressure on Saturday's game. But at the end of the day, they got what they needed in that situation. Now, there's not 4 games left in the season. There's 24 or something left in the season. So there's plenty of time for Dallas to catch up and do all this other stuff. But when you talk about the head-to-head, I think they got one more game in mid-March or something like that in Dallas. Now it puts you in a position, if you're the Kings, to have that head-to-head matchup when you play them in March. Like, you can win that game and win the head-to-head if there's some type of tiebreaker. But, yeah, the Kings did what they had to do. And like I said, I tweeted it out Saturday night, that daunting 6 games against the Suns and Mavericks. Well, after tomorrow, there'll be 3 games into those 6 games. And look, they're still going to be in 3rd place in the Western Conference. Like, there's not a whole lot to fret about. And when I tell you this is what it is with this team, and you talk, it was a good observation by you. You talk about the tired legs and all this other stuff. That goes into trying to keep up with what the Kings do on the offensive end. That's, for me, that's the story of this team this year. I want them to play defense. I want them to have timely defense. I want them to get stops. They have to get stops to win games. I understand that. But when they take these teams into the deep waters of scoring the 120s and the 130s, a lot of times these teams, they can't swim out there.
Into the deep blue sea like LL.
Deep blue sea. Deepest, bluest.
My head is like a shark's fin. Like, oh, God, that's so bad. So bad.
Which one is
That's
worse?
all I could think of.
Oh, Lord have mercy. If the girl is thirsty, I'll have a man reimburse me.
That song's not as bad as you think.
Oh, I love that song.
Oh, yeah.
That's my smash.
The lyrics are a smidge on the cheesy side, but that was
it's thirsty.
That was a banger.
I'll have a man reimburse me.
Yeah, okay, cool. Well, I hope you get your money back, bro. I don't know. Oh, I didn't mean to derail us, but
I like this. I like the joint. That was a smash.
Take it to deep blue sea. That was definitely a smash. Absolutely.
But yeah, man, the Kings take them into deep waters with them highest numbers. Will Z did the numbers for me earlier. I keep going back to the stat. 114 or more. They're 29-7. This isn't 9-7.
Yeah.
This isn't when they do get there, they win, but they don't get there that often. 29-7 when scoring 114 or more. A lot of these teams, they can't keep up, man. They can't keep up.
I'll pay off what I was going to tell you before the intro started running. Let's look. You're talking about Will Z. Let's look at some of these numbers. 8 3-pointers. 8.
They made 8.
Yeah. What's your number?
12.
They made 8. 22 assists. So they got to 133. They got to 133, making 8 3-pointers with 22 assists. Now, I get it. They went to overtime. You know what the score was at the end of regulation?
Was it 114, 114?
It was 114 to 114. This team gets to 114, and man, you've got a good shot at winning this basketball game.
And look at what you just said right there. It was 114, 114. You give them an extra 5 minutes. They put up 19 more points.
Man.
Like, this team could go. And like I said, maybe it'll never happen. Maybe it will never happen. But these guys ain't never all clicking at the same time.
Yeah.
What happens if that happens? What happens if Keegan's hitting, Herter's hitting, Monk is playing. Terence Davis is hitting. Fox is hitting. What Barnes is hitting. What happens then?
Well, a lot of guys were hitting, to be fair, on Saturday night, and that's part of the story, and I want to get into that. You mentioned, I had to chuckle. I was like, Kenny, I think that's wrong. You said 19 overtime points, which is right. De'Aaron had 14 of those.
Woo! Woo!
That dude had 14 points in 5 minutes. Like, there's the context. You're talking about 14 points in the fourth quarter. No. He had 14 points in 5 minutes.
He had 36. I think he came into the fourth quarter with 12 points.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Let's step out. We'll come back. You mentioned, what if this person's hitting? What if this person's hitting? Well, a couple of those guys were, including our guy.
Sensational.
Hey.
We'll talk about Terence Davis and his game. We'll talk about that game more in depth. And I'm sorry.
Oh, for sure. Let's get it,
Jesse.
baby.
Over under on Eagles references in this Drake bars. We're going 2.5 is the number. 2.5 is the number.
We'll see.
1.5. Jesse says 1.5 is the number.
We'll see.
1.5 is the number. We'll step out. We'll come back. Drake bars on the way here on Sacramento's sports leaders, D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Ain't no trade deadline today.
Oh, man.
Lord have mercy. If the broad is thirsty, I'll have a man reimburse me the part that hurts me.
I got your head sprung. I got your head sprung.
That was my joy when that came on in Tinel 21.
Oh, goodness gracious. Me and Mateen Cleaves down in the sweaty basement. Mateen with a Coogee sweater on. True story. True story.
Oh, nah. What's my name?
And all red.
Not everybody knows how to work my body. Speaking of, did the Stockton Kings play today?
Do they?
They did.
They did past tense?
That's what it looks like.
How the hell they do that?
Kings
Couldn't have been here then.
probably not. It looks I can't tell. Don't give me the line. But Kings fall 1 minute ago. Stockton Kings. Kings fall to Wolves 119-109.
They fell 119 to 109.
They got to score 114. Yeah, it looks like they were in wherever the Wolves place was. They playing that March Madness schedule.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll or we might not talk about it on the show. Bad job by whoever at the movie company decided to release that Air Jordan trailer on like Wednesday. Why wouldn't you just wait till the Super Bowl? If you paid that money for a Super Bowl commercial, just wait till the Super Bowl.
How you feel about that? Bless you.
About the movie?
Mm-hmm.
It's whatever.
I was like, this doesn't look good. Oh, it's Viola Davis. It's Michael Jordan's mom. All right.
Yeah, the
All
star-studded cast.
right.
Marlon Wayans is. We'll see who he.
I'm gonna need. I'm gonna need Viola to start turning some rolls down. I need her to say, you know what? No, I'm the warrior queen. Like I'm not doing this.
she getting her Samuel L. Jackson on. Yeah, the movie it looked whatever. It's whatever. But I mean, I feel like it would have got a bigger pop if they would have just waited 2 or 3 days and let that air on the Super Bowl. Oh, there we go. Official. You see that?
Kevin Herter.
Yeah.
Please credit De'Aaron Fox.
What did you say, Jesse?
I said, please credit De'Aaron Fox for that news.
Yeesh. Yeesh. I'll tell you what. We'll have time for this. You know what the standout thing with all of the commercials were yesterday? I heard Biggie 3 different times. Fast and the Furious had Notorious Thugs.
I missed that commercial, by the way.
Something
Saw the end of it.
had Juicy, and I'm missing one. Notorious Thugs, Juicy.
This is a bad job by me. I wasn't locked into the commercials yesterday.
I wasn't either.
Yeah.
I wasn't either.
There's not a lot that I remember. The only one I remember is Tubi.
I remember that damn dog commercial.
Which one?
It was I think it was an ad for dog food, and the whole message was give your dog the right food so the dog lives longer. But it had, this young lady got the dog as a well. That's what I said. If they kill this dog, I'm gonna turn into one of them fake people on Instagram who breaks their television. They better not kill this damn dog, and they didn't. The gist of was the dog got old enough to be around the girl who raised.
Risky. Don't even play with that.
Yeah, it was a tearjerker for sure.
Oh, it was out there like Sirianni, huh?
But the hey.
Bro, come on, man.
Oh, leave that man alone.
Come
Why
on,
do you guys
man.
hate emotion? You oh, hang on. No, we're not. No, we're not doing this. You cried at you people the other day, and you're criticizing Nick Sirianni.
I didn't let the tears fall down my face.
Look, you know how I feel about that song and that whole presentation. But I get in that moment, you're on the biggest stage. You know what that, not even what the song, just what that moment represents. You was watching the Kenya Barris movie on the flight, and you had Waterworks, and you're gonna criticize Nick Sirianni?
First of all, I didn't let him fall. Second of all,
there's absolutely no one to corroborate your story.
I can't relate to that one though. I'm not saying that I'm better or bigger. I can't relate to being in that moment and having emotions of crying. I can relate to accomplishing, like finishing something and being emotional and crying. Just at the beginning, I've never been there. I've been too amped up. But
yeah, I get it.
I don't get that.
And that's why
I don't get that one. Like at that moment.
I think it's a moment of pause, and that's why it's one of the 50 reasons I hate all that stuff. It's a moment of pause. That moment of being amped is already there. Like you have it. You're out there. You hit the field. You leave the locker room. You hit the field. You have all of that, and then you just have to stop. You have to completely stop and be still for a moment. And in that moment last night, it's a huge presentation to get to that song. And I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
And so it's a moment for those guys to stop after being at level 10 and reflect on the moment. Like, I get it. Like, I completely understand it.
I don't get it. I'm not even necessarily criticizing it. I don't get it. Like I said, accomplishing something, and not to say he didn't accomplish something by getting to the Super Bowl, but I'm just saying, like, the game's finished, you win. Yeah, Waterworks. I get that. I never understood before that. But also Sirianni I was glad to see Sirianni lose.
So was there, you retweeted something that I didn't like. Is Sirianni?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Sirianni is like, Yeah,
I didn't know.
What happened last year? Sean McVay in the end zone. He's like that on 10.
Okay, but I was kind of going in a different direction.
What? Oh, that I don't know nothing about that. That was just.
Oh, you just retweeted it?
No, I don't know. Yeah,
I almost texted you. I was like, "Yo, what did I miss?" Like, was this like a Jericho's wife situation where was he storming the Capitol? Like, what happened?
No, I don't know nothing about that. That reminded me though of that Andrew Schultz on You People. That was pretty funny. I kind of belly laughed at that when they were at the wedding dinner, and he goes, I was at the Capitol on January 6th.
Yeah.
And he tried to talk me out of it. That's what a true friend is.
Lazy on the line. We got Drake Bars coming in just a second. But I know Leezy had to muster up a lot to dial those digits today. 916-909-1320. What's up, Leezus?
What's up, guys? Yo, it was very hard calling in today. How about them Kings? Fox looking great.
We ain't trying to talk about the Kings with you, Leezy. Talk about what we want to talk about.
I want to talk about the refs. They robbed us of a historic game last night. No, really, both teams played hard, man, and it's rough. It's rough being Eagles fan today, bro. But I still think we're going to do better than Niners next year, who have no real quarterback. So there's that.
Okay.
All right, Leezy.
All right, Leezy. I mean, look, man, the Eagles, and let's just make something perfectly clear.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles and their fans in that city, they just started something. Niners, we wasn't even really tripping. We wasn't really tripping on the Eagles like that. But that fan base is nasty. That fan base, they done started something. That media, WIP, all them people.
That fan base for booing Dak Prescott when he's very literally getting the Man of the Year award.
Come on, man.
So out of
Come
pocket.
on, man. They out of pocket. The media out there is out of pocket. They just started something. Okay. We on their neck forever now. Y'all have made the list. Y'all have made the list. We on Philly's neck forever. We go to Philly next year. We're going to backhand them boys in Philadelphia. I'm going to promise you that. Mark it down. Jesse, cut it. Cut it. We are going to Philly, and the Niners are going to backhand the Eagles next year.
You're going to Philadelphia.
I would go. Like, if it's the right time of year, I ain't got no problem going to the Link. Like I told you before, I ain't afraid of the Link. We're going to go in there, and the Niners going to backhand the Eagles next year, and we ain't even playing them in the playoffs. We're going to be doing our thing, marching forward in the playoffs. I'm going to tell you right now, this team ain't winning the NFC East next year. Now, one of the reasons why I say that, this comes from Philadelphia.
Okay.
They're worried about the roster. Like, can they keep everybody? They were like, this was a special situation as far as having the talent, having the money, being able to keep guys or whatever. And I heard it multiple times from the streets of Philadelphia, they're not going to have the same roster next year.
Okay. We'll get back to the Super Bowl. I want to talk about, obviously, the game, observations of the game. But we've got business to attend to as it pertains to our Sacramento Kings. I believe Kevin Huerter confirmed for the 3-point. Kevin Huerter confirmed for the 3-point shootout.
It was leaked. It was leaked earlier. But
sources close to D'Lo and KC, James Ham, ESPN 1320, and everybody saw it. It was De'Aaron Fox said that Kevin Huerter was going to be a part of the 3-point shootout. And I don't remember if we asked James on the air or not. Like, did anyone confirm it? And he was like, no, everyone kind of danced around it. Oh, that he's definitely going. He's definitely going. They just haven't announced it. Kevin Huerter will be a part of the 3-point shootout. But the Kings won on Saturday.
They won, baby, in overtime. In, can I say a baby classic for the Golden One Center? A baby classic. I want to say, I don't want to say instant classic. I don't know if they're going to be remembering this game 10 years from now. That's what a classic is, but we'll remember it this year. I know that much. It's either here nor there. Kings came away with the win. 133, 128, 40. Hit the beat.
I tried.
There we go. 40 in there now. It took a minute. But, we back in this thing. It took a little while. I had to get here. But now I'm here and I ain't leaving. You know what the vibe is. Let's get it. Super Bowl parties going up on a Sunday. but all I could think about is Julie in the Hyundai, Santa Fe with my bae. It was all so simple. Those were the days, but now I'm just the X factor. Fox in the fourth, what more can I say, ho? In the clutch, he's money, like D-Lo's bankroll. In God mode, went toe-to-toe with Kyrie and Luka. He's a shark, Cuban leaving Doko, a loser. Yeah.
Okay.
I said 5 is a shark and Cuban's leaving Doko a loser. Yeah, you already know what it is. Yeah. There were no mentions about the Eagles losing the Super Bowl.
There wasn't.
But that doesn't mean it can't be on the singing part. Cry, Eagles, cry. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if that counts as 2 references or just one.
I think
but
that's 2 because he did like a bar 1 and then he did a second
he
after
did-
that.
he
I
did
think
a
that's
second.
2.
Yeah, he did a second.
Cry, Eagles, cry. I'm telling you, we on their neck from here on out. They were disrespectful.
Okay.
And I'm not having that
So
no
that's-
more.
that's-
We done started a rivalry. You got to be starting something. We on their neck from here on out. From here to the year 3000. You
Bro,
can't breathe. You
what?
can't sleep without thinking about us.
Bro, why are you so turned up right now?
They done got us
The
turned up.
football season literally just ended yesterday, and
Thank
you're acting
God.
like this.
Thank God. Thank God.
Were you actively rooting for the Chiefs yesterday? Like, were you like, yeah?
I wanted the Chiefs to win, but I didn't really care. I didn't really care. Like if the Eagles would have won, they would have won. I like Jalen Hurts. You know what I mean? I
That's
like
a
him.
bad dude, man.
So and I mean I like their players. They got good ball players, but Sirianni I'm not a fan of, and the Eagles fan base is the worst in maybe all of sports.
I need to look into Sirianni a little bit more. I feel like I'm learning stuff about him. Let's get Herbert in here. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Herbert?
Hey, what's up, C-Lo? What's up, KC?
Herbert, my guy. What's up, big dog?
What's good? Hey, I was in the building Saturday night.
It seemed like a movie on Saturday, man. It seemed like a
Bruh,
movie up there at the Golden One Center.
Look, Fox, from what I see, I think Fox is going to be, I actually think he already is like a Kawhi or like the big name guys, the closers, Devin Booker. You know, I think Fox is at that level, and I think he's going to be one of those guys to where, you know, he's just a top 5 player in the league. He has that potential. I think it just took this year for it to come out. I don't know if you guys remember that show, The Greatest American Hero.
No?
Y'all don't remember? Okay, I'm showing my age. But the dude had powers, but he didn't know how to use his powers. And so Fox, for those first 5 years he was here, you know, he was, you know, trying to find his way, and I feel like he's found his way.
I don't know how many brothers have ever referenced The Greatest American Hero.
It's I gotta look this up. I'm not familiar with this show.
That's gotta be
Let's see.
early 80s at the latest early 80s.
Let's see. William Catt
I
was
don't
in
know.
there. Robert Culp,
Okay.
Connie Select.
Yeah, I don't know none of these people. When did the series run?
1981.
Just ran for 1 year.
Oh no, 3 seasons. It started in 1981. 3 seasons.
Okay, 81. Yeah, that adds up. That adds up.
Yeah, I'm not familiar. I don't know. Now I got to look at it. It's on Pluto. It's on Tubi, who won last night. And it's on the
Did
NBC
people
app.
really react to that? I saw Lance's video. Everybody when the Tubi commercial came on, like it got my attention. Like I looked up from the screen I was looking at, and it was like I don't have Tubi. Like that's not.
Well, it depends. Like if I was at home, I wouldn't have thought twice about it because I'm on my cable box. I'm old school. So now I know this isn't happening. But where I was at, they were watching it on YouTube TV, and I ain't gonna lie, I paused when I was like,
hey.
So yeah, I paused a little bit. So, but yeah, people were buzzing over Tubi.
Okay, now people were buzzing over Terence Davis's performance.
Hey, they need apologies too. I need apologies. 31
minutes for TD on Saturday night in Malik Monk's absence. Of course, Malik got injured late in Friday's game, wasn't available for Saturday. There was actually a lot of question whether Domantas Sabonis was going to be available headed into Saturday night's game as well. Thankfully, he was finishing with 22 and 14 before fouling out. But big time performance from Terence Davis, 32 minutes, 22 points, 6 rebounds for TD. He was the spark that bench needed, because Trey was his normal, consistent, I'm going to help this team win self. They needed a spark. Terence Davis provided it. I thought he was really good on both ends of the floor. And at 3 o'clock today, when James gets here, I'm going to make James admit that Terence Davis has been playing some really good basketball lately.
I loved.
You talk about people needing to apologize. James Ham needs to be first in line to apologize to Terence Davis.
Hey, man, Terence Davis, we talked about it with Lindsey Harding when she was on the show last week. The guy just stays ready, man.
Yeah.
He stays ready. Is he a perfect basketball player? No. You know, he goes through his hot and cold streaks. He's up and down, all this other stuff. But one of the things he always does that I love is he's always ready to compete.
Yeah.
He's always ready to compete. And I can live with that. I could go into a playoff series. I can go, into battle on the court with a guy that's going to be ready to compete.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Whether he's making the shots, we'll figure out what we're doing. If he's hitting shots, he was hitting shots on Saturday. But if he's not, we'll figure that out too. But he's always ready to compete. And when you get the combination of his competitiveness and making shots like we did on Saturday, you get a 22-point performance from TD?
And a defensive player of the game performance.
And a DPOG.
He was like, I'm going to enjoy this. This might be the only time I get it. I'm going to enjoy this. But, yeah, defensive player of the game. And you felt him out there on the defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't be happier with the way that Terence Davis played. The only thing that overshadowed it was just De'Aaron Fox was otherworldly in the final 17 minutes.
Well, look, the other thing that I noticed in Friday and on Saturday, now that we're talking about De'Aaron Fox, man, he had that click-clack going on.
Mm.
He was guarding Kyrie one-on-one
Mm-hmm.
and was giving Kyrie hell.
And you saw Kyrie's response after the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. I think that tells you something.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, man. And you see the way they embrace, like there's a level of respect there from one of the greatest players to ever play the game for De'Aaron Fox. I mean, I can't say enough about the way he played on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say enough. Number one, he was defending. You even talk about something as minute. Well, it's not minute, but it may be looked over. The closeout on Luka when they were up 4, maybe, and to be able to contest that shot without fouling.
Mm-hmm.
That's another part of defense, being able to get in airspace without fouling and things of that nature. His one-on-one defense against Kyrie Irving was phenomenal. Then what he was able to do on the offensive end. I mean, this guy is unstoppable in the clutch. Unstoppable in those fourth quarters, man. And the way he put the team on his back and led them, and he knows that's what he does now.
Yeah.
He knows that's what he does.
Mm-hmm.
Gets to the line. I believe he missed his first 2 free throws of the night. He made his next 12.
Mm-hmm.
He went 12 or 14 from the line. He made his next 12, including big-time free throws in overtime to seal the game.
Yeah, put the game
What
away
a
there.
performance, man.
Yeah.
What a performance from 5, man.
Yeah, there's it was kind of a weird game in the sense that Malik was out and Keegan wasn't playing well. So Mike had to make some adjustments, and that's where we really saw a ton from Terence Davis. And then I think it was Trey when Domas fouled out.
Yep.
So I think the closing lineup was Domas, or excuse me, it was Trey in place of Domas, Terence in place of Keegan, and then you had HB and everybody else out there.
Yeah,
De'Aaron and Kevin Huerter.
They had to scrap, and that goes to what this team is. And this is where when people talk about, they don't have enough and they need, to bolster the bench or whatever. I mean, this team is already going 9 deep. It's already going 9 deep.
Yeah.
All these guys can play. I'm not saying they're the best bench players. I'm not saying they're all 6 man of the year candidates or whatever. But like I just told you, I can go into a playoff series playing Terence Davis.
Mm-hmm.
I can go into a playoff series playing Trey Lyles. I can go into a playoff series with Malik Monk and guys like that. Metu, from game to game, you never know what you're going to get. But it's one of those situations where Trey Lyles is starting to show in certain situations he can play the stretch 5 situation. And that damn Jason Kidd. Oh, I got to let me tip my hat to that damn Jason Kidd, because we were talking about, oh, man, hey, the Mavericks, they too small.
Mm-hmm.
They can't match up with Sabonis and all them boys.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, for the first time in 40 games,
Yep.
he throws JaVale McGee out there, and JaVale was a problem.
It was problematic.
He
He was
was
a
a
really
problem out
problematic
there.
on Friday.
Oh, good call by that damn Jason Kidd. Man, if it's not for somebody like JaVale McGee, or if, he's matched up with Nurkic or Jokic or something like that, Trey Lyles can play back up 5 minutes if Metu isn't necessarily locked in or giving you the minutes that you want that particular night. So I like the roster, man. That's not to say it's a perfect roster. That's not to say if there were, moves that could have been made that were easy to make, you go for them. But much like we talked about last week, man, it's not doom and gloom because they kept these guys. I like these guys.
Well, we can address it now, because I thought of that as this game was winding down, because you had Terrence there and you had Trey Lyles, as we just noted. Keegan Murray wasn't playing well. Malik Monk was out. You were going to ride De'Aaron Fox. You're always going to ride De'Aaron Fox. We've seen occasions where, Mike will ride the hot hand, but normally that's a hot hand offensively.
Mm-hmm.
So we've seen Herter sit late. We've seen Harrison Barnes sit late. Whether it's Thibault, Plumlee, Josh Richardson, name, player discussed on D'Lo and KC. Just using, because from Chris Biederman to Sarah Hodges and Jake Gate, everyone kind of used the same term in describing that game. It was a playoff-like vibe.
Mm-hmm.
It was a playoff-like atmosphere. All right, cool. So I'll ask this question. Any of those players that we discussed, the Thibaults, the Plumlees, are any of them playing in the final crucial 8.5 minutes, 9 minutes?
No, absolutely not.
And
Absolutely.
that's and maybe people will be, oh well, that's not the point. You need him there earlier. You need him there for depth. You need him there for this. Like, no, I get that. I completely get that.
Mm-hmm.
When it's time to win games, though, did the Kings miss out on somebody who will help them? Go back to, what was it, 45 first quarter points on Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Thibault, because that's defense, right? Thibault is stopping that from happening.
No.
So and that's the context that we were trying to provide.
He's a good defender.
Oh, very good.
But everybody was hitting for the Mavericks.
That's right. That's the thing.
Just one guy going crazy.
That's the thing. And we tried to talk about this on Thursday, and I feel like some Kings fans who really like to type will tell you, oh, Kenny and D'Lo, you guys are homers. because we don't think they should have gotten Mason, because we don't care that they didn't get Mason Plumlee or Thibault or Richardson. Like, you mean we can't believe in this roster as good as it's built? No. And games like Saturday, I think, exemplify why. No, the depth, sure, it completely makes sense. But when you talk about depth, you talk about moments earlier in the game. Terrence needed every minute he got because he got into a rhythm. He got into a rhythm to where Mike goes, I can't go back to Keegan. Keegan's got no flow. TD does. Let's stick with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, we're not going to force something here with Chemezi or Rashawn. We're going to put Trey in there. And we're going to count on them hitting shots, because that's how this team wins games. Hitting shots and putting this playoff-like game away.
Exactly. And this is the thing that I get into with this particular team, the way they play offense. I'd rather go with a guy like Trey Lyles or even Metu in that situation to either back up Sabonis or when he fouls out or something like that, because you don't lose anything off of what makes you special, and that's on the offensive end. I know, like I said, I keep saying it. I understand they got to play better defense. They got to do. I get all that, but what wins them games? This particular team, what wins them games is what they're able to do on the offensive end in timely defense. And you bring in a Mason Plumlee, you're losing something on the defensive end. A team went 22 of 25 or 23 of 25 from the free throw line on Saturday night. I believe it was either 22 or 23. They shot 92%. I remember that. But where is it at? 23 of 25. 92% from the free throw line. Mason Plumlee's not a good free throw shooter. So now you got to deal with that. He doesn't have the offensive game. He absolutely doesn't have the ability to stretch the floor the way Trey Lyles does. I'm not willing to take away what you have on the offensive end to bring in a guy off the bench who, like you mentioned, isn't even going to play the final 6 minutes of the game and take away what you can do on the offensive end. Not interested in that.
We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball, and we'll talk Super Bowl as well when Dylan and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Okay, so that's the stuff I have to type in the comments, I think. I forgot that was today. I want to mention securing the beam here real quick. I don't think you're making the point. In fact, you're not making the point that you think you are. Let's use your example right here. Fox, 41, 38, 39 minutes in the last 3 games. Let's use Sabonis as 41 and 37 minutes. Again, I don't think you're making the point that you think you are. They went to overtime on Saturday. Those minutes aren't different whether Matisse Thybulle is here, whether Mason Plumlee is here. Those minutes aren't different. You went 3 games back. You went 3 games back with De'Aaron. That's great. Remember what the third game was? It was that when they squeaked out over Houston. You sit De'Aaron out for 2 of those minutes, they lost. You're not making the point that you think you are. They have to play these minutes. It doesn't change with Thybulle. It doesn't change with Plumlee because they can't score the way that this team can. That's the problem. It's not just the fact that they didn't make a move. There wasn't a move to make for a player who could help them continue to do what they do. That's the problem.
Exactly. 100%. And I keep telling you guys that time for we don't want them playing 40 minutes or whatever. That time is over. That time was December and January. Once we get past this All-Star break, it's full speed ahead. To close this thing out, if De'Aaron and Sabonis need to average 35 minutes a night, 35 to 38 minutes a night to get them into the playoffs, that's what has to happen. The time for, I'd love for them to play 30 minutes. That time's over, man. Like, they can play 30 minutes if they blowing somebody out, like they did against Memphis, and nobody had to play in the fourth quarter. But that's December and January, man. That is not March and April. It's time to go. Oh, double D-Lo cam.
Oh yeah, So yeah, take a look at this right there, y'all. Boom. Let's see. Sorry, I was just reminded that I got to do this today, so I'm gonna put that here in the YouTube chat. Hit the little pin, and
I'll talk about this on the stream, because we don't have to talk about it on the air, on the radio air. Chris Berman got to get out of here, bro. When you just not even aware of what the hell is going on, and you just saying anything,
Boy.
it's over, bro. It's over. You got to go, bro.
Wow.
It's over.
It
is over.
That
I can't believe he said that.
That was something. Oh my God. I was prepared to bring that up on the air too.
Oh, we can. I didn't know if you wanted to.
His ass got to go out to pasture. Like that's the end.
I can't believe it.
That is the end.
That was insane.
Yep. Go to ESPN1320.com to enter to
.com,
win.
baby. .com.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that's right. Back. Gone. Gone. Y'all didn't see what Berman did here. We can't tell you. You've got to see it. You've got to hear it. We'll play what Chris Berman did for you. Oh no, I'll play it. No, don't look it up. I'll play it for you right now. Don't look it up. I'll get it on the show,
bro.
I'll get it on the show. Okay. Yeah, we playing the hits here on D-Lo and KC.
Playing the hits.
This was brought up during the commercial break. Jesse didn't see this, so I'm gonna make a few because I don't want to just tell you what was said. I want to play it for you. So let me add the screen here, and here is ESPN's oldest employee last night following the game.
Also, of course, two African-American quarterbacks starting against each other in the Super Bowl for the first time. Fittingly, February 12th is Abe Lincoln's birthday. Here we go with the highlights in case you missed it. It'll take a little while. Well,
everyone just kind of sat there and let that one marinate. Listen to the silence.
Of course, two African-American quarterbacks starting against each other in the Super Bowl for the first time. Fittingly, February 12th is Abe Lincoln's birthday. Here we go with the highlights in case you missed it. It'll take a little while. Well,
Steve Young was like, "Oh, I don't even know. I think Booger was
worth the wait." Chiefs.
He thought he had a bar.
Chris Berman should have been called into the office today and said, "Hey, we're done. We're good now, Berman. You can go." That man said fittingly, and I'll say this. I was thinking about this over the weekend. We were so locked in on the Kings. That's what we do. We super serve our audience, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we had the trade deadline, and this is the most exciting time to cover the Kings and be a Kings fan that we've had in years. And the 49ers were eliminated. And again, you talk about super serving your audience. Like, we get this as a big game, but how many people are really truly tuning in to hear about the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles, especially with the NBA season going on, with all the exciting news around Domas and De'Aaron? I do regret not spending more time talking about Jalen and Patrick Mahomes. That's a big deal. It's literally never happened before. And that's one small regret I have about the way we covered this game, is even if we didn't cover the game itself, I felt like we should have covered those two brothers.
Fair enough.
And then I saw that clip last night from Chris Berman, and that's why we have to cover it, is because I looked at, I'll leave the names out, but I looked at this person who puts together these lists of radio shows across the country, and you scroll through them, and I counted. There's 20. There's top 20 in mid-market, major market, all of these different things. Want to guess how many?
Less than 5.
3 out of 40. They're all the Bermans. That's what this genre is. And seeing stuff like and you said it perfectly. Berman thought he had a bar.
He thought he got something off right there.
Berman thought they was going to erect a statue next to the MLK monument for that line. Fittingly, February 12th is Abraham's birthday. Abraham
had the
Lincoln's
pause
birthday.
and everything. Like,
he just knew
this one.
He just knew he had it. And of course, he's Chris Berman. He didn't run it by anybody.
No.
He just threw it out there because Booger would have said, nope, don't do that.
I get,
Fittingly.
how do you think like, yo, this is the move? I know how you think because you're not even. First of all, I didn't heard enough stories about Berman to make he don't.
Oh yeah, Berman's
he not that. He not, not that guy.
Berman's a
He's
wild
not
dude.
that guy. So there's that. Second of all, there's a level of arrogance there. There's a level of, I could say what I want. I don't have to fact check myself or, check in with, hey man, I respect you. This is something I thought about. It's a good move or I'm gonna just say whatever I want to say. Level of arrogance, like I said.
Yeah.
When it comes to Chris Berman.
Well, that's just kind of where Berman is at. Like he's untouchable at that network. But a really, really bad look from Chris Berman from ESPN. Just bad.
Yeah.
I'll mention this too real quick since we're talking about ESPN. There's probably not. You probably hadn't seen this anywhere. I think Susie Colbert did an announcement. A producer there named Barry Sachs passed away. I knew Barry. Like I spent a lot of time with him when I was at the studio and I was at Final Fours with him, Women's Final Fours. He was a great producer. He was a really fun dude. I was really sad to see that he passed away. One of my memories of him is we're at the ESPN cafeteria and they have a chef there. And we're talking within earshot of the chef. And he's telling me about this show that he saw where this guy goes and eats all of these great foods. And he was like, he had this, like, it was like a fried bacon and jelly sandwich. Right. And I'm not plant-based yet, but I'm trying to eat. Well, I'm eating dry ass chicken and things like that. And I'm looking at him. I'm like, bacon and jelly. Oh, it just looked incredible. I wanted to try to replicate, but I don't think I could do it. The chef was overhearing us. So he whips up this thick cut fried bacon and jelly sandwich, brings it over the table. Barry takes a bite of it. Oh, D, you got to try this. Look, I know you're not going to eat this. He cuts off this little like sliver of it, hands it to me. It was incredible, right? It was amazing. So then the chef starts getting in his bag a little bit, and he mixes up some sort of peanut butter sauce and brings it over to the table and serves it to Barry with the fried bacon and jelly sandwich with a peanut butter dipping sauce.
So wait, what was it? It was wrapped in like
it was on these big like slices of Texas toast.
Okay.
Thick cut bacon, slathered in jelly. Then he fries it in whatever oil he uses to fry it. Cut it up, brought it over, and then as Barry, it was like half of one in. He brings over this like dipping sauce and another sandwich, and Barry was in heaven. But he was. I ate with that dude, and across women's Final Four destinations, man, really, really good dude, and was sad to hear about that.
I wasn't familiar with him, but I saw that.
Great producer.
Different websites talking about he had passed away, and a lot of people just like yourself who knew him were really touched by that.
Really good producer. Yeah. I learned a lot from Trey Wingo, but he produced Trey, and that helped me put a lot of pieces in what we do together. No, I've never seen anyone more skilled at a television set than Trey Wingo. It's like incredible. And the person who was in Trey's ear was Barry. So man. Sorry to derail us there for a minute, but
I had this
guess I could have been talking about Vlade with a shotgun.
Well, there's that. We figured out. Shout out to Jill. Shout out to Bryce. They knew exactly where that came from. That is one of the wilder pictures of all time.
That's a great one.
But at this base, I think the place is called Sweet Maple, San Francisco.
Okay.
Some of the best bacon I've ever had in my life. The best. And I was like, yo, this bacon, it can't be. It's just bacon. Like, how could it be? No, it was. I'm going back.
Okay.
I'm going back. It was that good. That's how things happen, right? That's how things, word of mouth.
Oh, absolutely. Right? Well, yeah, I want to go to the place that you took Cheryl and El Grove for. I want to go there in San Francisco.
Where do we go? Oh, yeah. Mastro's.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Tap in with us, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you want to watch the show, you can watch the show as well on Twitch and Facebook. A couple of notes pertaining to Tuesday's game tomorrow night against the Phoenix Suns as the Sacramento Kings wrap up the first half of the season. First, this from Mike Brown, courtesy of James Ham. Mike Brown did not have an official update on Malik Monk, but he said he did not practice, but got some shots up with his development coach.
Yeah, we'll see you after the All-Star break, Malik.
I firmly believe that is accurate.
No need for him to go out there on Tuesday.
Flip side of that,
R.I.P.
Kevin Durant
Might be back next year.
Kevin Durant was at practice today for for Phoenix.
Okay.
That means absolutely nothing because I don't think he practiced. I think he was at practice. I think he got some work in, similar to what Malik Monk did today. But I don't think he had a full-on practice. And much like you just said with Malik, there's no point in Kevin Durant debuting tomorrow. I know Phoenix wants to win this game, but if they just look at the scouting report, they probably feel like they could do it without Kevin Durant, given that this team, for whatever reason, played significantly better when Luka Doncic was in the game versus when he was out on Friday night. And, of course, Kings fans are very familiar with that playbook where Kings will lose to a team that has multiple players out.
Yeah, I don't know who's.
So Phoenix is like, we got them right where we want them.
Yeah, Phoenix got like Booker, Paul,
I believe Dan Marley.
Richard Dumas, Oliver Miller.
Oliver Miller is available. He is available to suit up.
Said Sabalas is going to be out there.
Cedric, the phoniest dunk in slam dunk history.
Wow.
Blindfolded. Get out of here. And he hits a little. Stop it. He did like a two-hand dunk with a see-through
It's that
blindfold
time of year.
on.
We're going to be talking about best slam dunks of all time.
You think so? Oh, sure. Yeah, because what else are we going to talk about on Thursday and Friday?
It's going to be a long week. Thursday and Friday. That's going to be easy. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh,
Thursday.
yeah, next week.
Jesus.
Well, we're off Monday because we got to celebrate Abe Lincoln. Now, listen, the remark wasn't okay, but if the company says you can have a paid day off, well, goddamn it, we'll celebrate Abe Lincoln then. What we going to do?
Yeah. You know,
it's a good point from Lake Show. Barbosa might go suit up. He might go suit up for Phoenix.
You mentioned the Suns. Real quick on Kings Mavs. Oh man, I'd love to see that in the playoffs.
Oh yeah, we don't have to leave Kings Mavs. I just wanted to mention those notes because James had just tweeted some comments from Mike Brown.
Yeah. No,
that's got vibes. Yeah, that was
that's energy right there. That's energy. The Cuban was in the building. He was up there, jumping out of his seat. No, sit down. He's doing all that. Yeah. Come on back to the G1C, Mark Cuban. I love that series. I think it's a good match basketball-wise. I think it's a good match like fan base-wise. I think fan bases would they'd go after it a little bit. Remember, you see that thing on Saturday night when Mavs Muse was complaining about De'Aaron Fox getting all the calls, getting more calls than Luka.
I did. I saw the response to it. I saw one of the responses to it.
Come on, man. Getting more calls than Luka.
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox? Stop it.
Buddy, we do not live in that universe.
No. So
we do not live in that universe.
I would love to see those guys in a 7-game series. I would love to see it. And the Kyrie.
Me too.
There would be
in round 2.
There'd be real heat. I'd get down there with Uncle V, and I would definitely be the Spike Lee to Luka's Reggie Miller. We'd be talking. We'd be talking.
I believe it.
Or I'd just throw a small foam basketball on the court and help the Kings out.
Well, do what you got to do.
Did you see that?
I didn't. I wasn't going to mention what that happened here.
Yeah. So it was in the fourth quarter, close game. Mavericks have the ball. Shot clock's winding down, and one of the little basketballs rolls onto the court that they throw into the crowd.
Yeah.
It rolls onto the court. I don't know what would have happened with the Mavs, but it looked like they were like about to get in their bags to score. Fake Gucci stops the game because the basketball rolls onto the floor, and Kings end up getting a stop on that possession.
I don't. I somehow I don't know
some
how
young
I missed
lady
that.
on the courtside seats. I guess the basketball. I don't know.
Got away from her.
Yeah,
Dribbled it off.
rolled onto the
Poor
court.
thing. She must have been terrified.
Yeah,
Just-
she had.
She must have been terrified.
She had laughter all over the place, but it was probably embarrassing laughter.
Oh, okay, now I'm putting the pieces of the puzzle together. They kept showing her on the screen, and I remember like, why do they keep showing her? That checks out.
Yeah,
that checks out.
So
I feel for her again. She must have been terrified. No, there was certainly a vibe to those two games. I could see that. I mean, I'm gonna be honest though. You could give me any Western Conference team and say, let's have this in the playoffs. I'd be like, yes,
you really could.
Yes,
Yeah.
it'd be the greatest thing ever. I think with this though, you have there's always going to be the Luka Doncic element. Now you've got a superstar with him in Kyrie Irving, and through the first couple of games of Kyrie being in Dallas, it's looked really good. The first, I mean, they lost in overtime. The first matchup with Dallas, the first game with Kyrie and Luka together looked very good.
Yeah.
You just lost in overtime. I think they're probably feeling pretty good about where they're at, but I don't know if Bilo and JC in Dallas, Texas are talking about the depth on that roster the way that we talk about the depth on this roster. But you saw the fatigue hit that group. You saw the fatigue hit that team late in Saturday's game. That could certainly be a concern as they're chasing teams over the course of the next handful of weeks headed into the final stretch of the season.
One of the things I saw in that game, and I realized during that game, was the Mavs, they do an unbelievable job of getting the corner threes that they want. That's their game. Shoot the corner three. Get your Josh Greens. Get your Tim Hardaway Jr.'s. Get your Reggie Bullocks. Get them corner three looks. They do a great job of getting those looks. That's what they want to do, and they find a way to get them all the time. Like the Kings don't seem to get those type of corner three looks or anything like that. And they did a great job of doing that. But also credit to the Sacramento Kings who started to play that the way I would think you should play it. I know it's easier said than done, but usually they double Luka, get the ball out of his hands. Ball goes to Josh Powell or Christian Wood or Maxi Kleber. That's probably where you probably should have Maxi in the game, because what you would do is typically the guy who's guarding the guy in the corner, his job is to help the roller in the middle. So you get the ball to Powell, guy who's guarding the guy in the corner goes to help, and boom, Powell hits the guy in the corner. He's open all the time. Well, the Kings were starting to work back to having Powell be one-on-one, like the guy who trapped, whether it was Sabonis or Trey Lyles or somebody, he would go trap Luka, hustle back to guard Powell one-on-one, and take away the corner three. And I bring this up because these are little adjustments that you see in playoff time that has to be made. And the Kings were able to make that. Jordy and his staff on the defensive end, they were able to recognize that and do a better job in that game as in game. Everybody talk about adjustments and all this. That's an adjustment. That's an in-game adjustment that they made to be able to take away what the Mavs were having a lot of success with. And it was just great basketball, I thought, on Saturday. That was a great game. And that goes back to the point of, it'd be super stressful, but I'd love to see that particular matchup 6-7 times in the playoffs.
What really stands out as the difference in the two games for me, because quiet is kept. De'Aaron was really good on Friday too. His points came in bunches late in the most critical moments on Saturday, but he did have 33 on Friday.
Tried to bring him back in the fourth.
He tried. Yeah. When you give up, I think they were outscored 20 in the first quarter.
Outscored them the rest of the game, right? Like every quarter.
Every quarter. Right? Yeah. Every singular quarter. Yep.
Kings outscored the Mavs.
That's right. Yeah. By 3. No, I'm sorry. By 2, by 4, and by 6. And when you're down by 20, that math doesn't work out. The bench. The bench were difference makers. You look at the way that the Mavericks bench played with 3 double-digit scorers on Friday versus the way that they played on Saturday. And more important for Kings fans, you look at the way that the Kings bench played on Friday versus the way that they played on Saturday. A huge difference. They were the ones out there. They didn't have they didn't have 3 double-digit scores, but they did have Terence Davis with 22 and Trey Lyles with 14. That type of production off the bench is going to be tough to beat. And then when you got your stars playing like stars, both De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, that was the difference for me, though. The way that bench played, because it never allowed a deficit. It never allowed any lead to get built. It never allowed any lead to be lost. Like they hung in there, they fought. And I think it was Saturday where Christian Wood had a really good. He was their biggest.
He was a problem on Friday too.
Yeah, he was actually really good both games. But I think he was the only one who was really good on Saturday.
He they even had some Theo Pinson minutes on Friday that were working out. I said, hold on, man. Theo's in the game. I like Theo Pinson too, by the way. I like everything about him. But when he was out there and producing and getting steals, I was like, hold on, wait a minute. Jaden Hardy had a good game on Friday off the bench as well. And that guy JaVale, who came out of nowhere, was playing big time minutes and producing.
I love that. We're sitting there like, is that JaVale McGee? Oh, yeah. Here comes JaVale McGee.
But no double-figure scores for the Kings off the bench on Friday. Malik Monk left late in the third. I think he had 8 points, but it wasn't like he was killing. But you talk about it. The bench was a huge factor. And you just talk about the points. The Kings had 114, but I'd really say that was about a 110 game or something like that. They just didn't score. And the bench, which is a big part of them being able to get points, whether it's usually when they score those high number of points, it's 2 guys maybe, right? Like Lyles and Monk, or Monk and Davis, or Davis and Lyles. So you get 2 guys off the bench that are giving you probably double figures, and that complements what the starters were doing. And when you had no guys give you double figures on Friday, you're just not scoring. I hate to sound like a broken record, because I do think
I did not want them to hit that last basket either. I was like, just stay at 112. Just stay at 112. Don't add an L. Don't add an L over there.
But I hate to sound like a broken record, because I do want them to play defense and get timely stops and things of that nature. But I just think with this particular group this year, scoring is so imperative to what they do. They have to score. They just don't seem like they can win those games where it's under 110. If they get into the playoffs and they get into those series where it slows down,
that's the Clippers.
The
Clippers. You're not gonna. Yeah, I mean they could get 120, 130 on the Clippers, but you could probably do it once. Maybe twice, but you could really probably do it once. Like, you're gonna have to find a way to win a lower scoring game against them, which they've only played once, right? No,
they played twice.
They've played twice.
In the second game, nobody was there for the Clippers. First game was the second game.
Yeah.
So I have much more confidence in the Kings winning a high scoring game where they're going back and forth scoring than if it's 104, 108.
No, I got you. I don't think Dallas is good enough to dictate that.
Right.
I think LA is. I think the Clippers are good enough to dictate that. And I don't know what Phoenix is, to be honest with you, in that regard. I have no idea what this new version of the Phoenix Suns are going to look like.
Nobody does.
That's right. I mean, and tomorrow's not really going to be tomorrow's the last day of school. Like, these dudes want to break. Like, you ain't going to learn nothing tomorrow. Either way, not from Sacramento standpoint. Like, don't get me wrong. I mean, on Wednesday, if the Kings win, it's going down. But I don't think it's see, look at Kevin Durant. Huh. No, there's not going to be any takeaways, I think, either side from tomorrow's game, which is why it's so important, I think, for the Kings to get that win before this team looks different later on in the year.
Hey, I ain't gonna say no names, because that's just not me. You know, I don't do that. But I have people talking to me after the game on Friday, talking about, they don't need to make no trades. They didn't need to make no trades. I said, don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh, I
Off of
believe
one
it.
loss. Don't do that. I ain't getting no text or nothing on Saturday, though. I ain't getting nothing on Saturday.
It was James, wasn't it?
I ain't say no
It was
names.
James, wasn't it? That absolutely seems like something James would do. Kid's like, I'm not that type of guy. I am. James absolutely did that to you. That's funny. I know it was James. James walking out from that media area. Doesn't even make any trades, huh, Kenny? We'll talk to James. James will be with us at 3 o'clock. We'll come back. Oh, phone lines are open for you. My bad not mentioning that more. 916-909-1320. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk the Super Bowl yesterday as well. Do want to let you know you can enter online at ESPN1320.com for a chance to win tickets to see the Kings take on Portland on February 23rd. We can't be there. Kenny and I can't be there, so we want you to be there. Again, go to ESPN1320.com for a chance to win tickets to that game against Portland on February 23rd. We're back with more of D'Lo and KC next year on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Where is he at? Michael. Kings have routinely put up points on Memphis, healthy or not healthy. They beat them in Memphis earlier this year when everybody was there. Put up points.
Yeah, I don't know about that Memphis team right now.
They kind of go. I know I didn't see the end of the game, but I know at half they're getting worked by that Celtics team with no Smart, no Jalen.
Yeah, Jalen.
Yeah, no Smart, no Jalen.
Face is broken.
He still might play the All-Star game, I think. Hasn't been ruled out yet.
Is there a rule that you have to play the game before? Is that not a rule?
I don't think so.
Might have been a WNBA rule that they created because literally no one wanted to do the All-Star game.
Oh, right on, Kyle. I'm glad you enjoyed it. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the hell out of that experience. One of the most fun things I've ever done in my life.
Tremendous. Hit the thumbs up while you're here. Let's see where we're at. Where are we at? We did really, really good last week. Where are we at? Oh, my bad. I closed this out. Yeah, let's hit the thumbs up. Let's hit the subscribe buttons. We should hit 4,000 subscribers this week. So make sure you are subscribing.
Like and subscribe.
Please do. 152. Yeah, we should get to 200 in the next hour. That should be easy work. 300 plus in here. Hit the thumbs up. Even the looky-loos, your thumbs up are important. So, yeah, we're going to talk about Zion, Darren. Hated seeing that. Well, we'll talk about Zion for sure. Michigan Wolverines, man, we wanted to see you on Friday. Sorry we didn't get a chance to.
Man, that was my bad. I usually, throw out, we're gonna be here at halftime. The game just got away from me. We was over at the Cream during halftime, and
Kenny and I say goodbye to each other 4 or 5 times.
We did that Ocho Cinco Mike Tomlin. You seen that clip when they dap up like 4 times in 30 seconds?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was us. All right, boy. All right. Hey, Kendra's over here. Let's go see Kendra. All right, man. All right.
Oh, there's Simeon, man.
There's Simeon.
What's up, big dog? Hey, I'll see you, man.
Here comes Sarah. All right. We'll see you. Go into the contest part, John. I think you go to ESPN1320.com. I think there's a tab that says contest.
Yeah, go to the contest tab.
Yeah, go to the contest tab, and there'll be a little Kings, says like cheer on the Kings or something like that. I got the Malik Monk sign of approval for that Essentials joint.
I heard you was talking to Malik.
Well, it's a stretch to say I was talking to Malik. I think I was talking to. I might have been talking to Deuce or Chris Biederman or something, and I hear, oh, I like this. And he kind of grabs the jacket. He's like, oh, this is nice. And I
Yeah,
turn around
that's
and it's
interaction.
Malik. Well, it's an interaction.
That's
And he's like,
interaction.
yeah. But I got
And I'm sure you said something back. So yeah, you was talking.
yeah, so I appreciate it. I got the, I mean, and if you get fashion approval from Malik Monk, like that's a big deal.
Absolutely.
That's a big deal. So I'll take it.
That
was my shining moment. I told they was all there, Brendan, Matt, George. I was like, y'all, what are we sitting here for? Are we going to tweet this or not? This is Kings news. Y'all need to tweet this. Not one of them did. Actually, the hell with all of them. Not one of them tweeted it.
Shout out to my man. Shout out to my man De'Aaron Fox, man. I had a brief moment with him for the game. Shout out to him, man.
All right.
Congratulations, brother. Congratulations. Shout out to Guru. Guru was in the house.
Guru was out.
Guru
yeah.
Guru said he coming back, man. I said, come on, pull on up, man.
Sitting there talking to the great Kings social media team, and I looked over. I'm like, yeah, no brother got hair like that except Guru. Guru had the waves pushed forward. Yeah,
had him sick out here, boy.
6 foot,
sick.
6'2".
Yeah, he tall.
Yeah, Guru's a big boy.
Shout out to Guru. He was like, yo, I gotta get back out here, man.
Come on.
And I saw I didn't meet her, but we gotta get the one home girl on the show. Tristy, that works for NBC Bay Area.
Oh,
like Tristy
yeah.
Like
short girl. Yeah, I met her for the first time.
Yeah, she a big Kings fan, covers the Kings and all that.
Yeah.
Like,
she was the one in the Mike Brown in the Monty McNair press conference who asked the question and none of us knew who it was.
Oh,
that was her. We knew every voice. It was like, who's that? Even the chat was like, who was that? It was her.
I had no idea. I recognized later that's who it was. And you know, we follow each other on social media. She's a big Kings fan. And, you know, she covered the team. So gotta rap with her. Hey, real quick, did I just see this right? I believe I did. I don't have a rewind function on here. The XFL starts this weekend?
Yeah, that adds up. The week after the Super Bowl.
I'm not ready.
I don't. I tried to reach Dwayne and Danny and tell them, look, don't do this again. Like this, you're coming off the biggest game you could possibly have. Like this, no one misses it yet.
No.
Which is why the USFL is doing it right.
When they start?
April.
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
That's like give people time to miss. The last thing, and then you had a classic too. Man, can't do it. Can't do it. It's a bad. Like you're already behind the 8 ball.
They might.
Well, you're already behind the 8 ball because you're the XFL.
Yeah.
But starting the week after the Super Bowl is a tough look.
Now, I'll give them a little leeway. Maybe they get a little, love in viewership because it's NBA All-Star Weekend. And I say that because there's not a lot of basketball. You got 3 hours on Saturday, 3 hours on Sunday. So there's other times that you could watch it. But, a guy like me, I love college basketball, so I'll tap into XFL, like to just see what it looks like. I don't know if I'll stay.
Is it ESPN? Where is it again?
It's ESPN.
ESPN.
Yeah. Like I said, I'll tap in. I don't know if I'll stay for a whole game, but I'll see what it looked like.
Okay.
Yeah.
We haven't really dove into the game on last night.
That was the only ones in the country.
Probably. I mean, is anybody upset we didn't start with the Chiefs and besides Rich from Anywhere?
No.
Leezy's probably relieved. I mean, our thing is we'll mention it. Shoot, if the Kings had gotten blown out on Saturday, maybe we would have led with the Super Bowl. We didn't, but we didn't need to do that. We had to talk about our guy, De'Aaron Fox. I thought the game is really easy to watch when you don't care who wins.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched that game, and every drive, especially through the first half, boy, Jalen Hurts is the truth. That's a bad boy.
See, I saw you mention.
Jalen's really good.
I didn't watch that thinking about Jalen Hurts.
I
He had a really good. He had a
I
really
thought
good game.
Jalen was phenomenal.
He's gotten so much better in a year.
Yeah.
When I think back to how he played in that Tampa Bay playoff game, where I was like,
yeah,
I don't know if you can go forward with this guy. And he had an MVP type season. I know he didn't win it, but he MVP caliber season, and then played that way in the Super Bowl as well. But yeah, I didn't really watch the game thinking about that.
Yeah, Jalen really stood out to me on a screen that had Patrick Mahomes on it. Jalen really, really stood out to me. I thought he was incredible. He was scoring on the ground. He was scoring in the air. He got that 2-point conversion late in the game.
That was a hell of a play.
He literally did everything.
Man, that was a hell of a play. That was big time
to try to get Philadelphia to win that game. He did everything.
That was big time for sure. I looked at that game and I really thought that the Chiefs had their way on the offensive end with that Eagles team, and people were, came in talking about how great that Eagles defense was or whatever. And the Chiefs had their way so easily. I tweeted it out. They ended up scoring too quickly a lot of the time. Like it was. So you think about how they came
Shout out
of
to
the
Jerick
half.
McKinnon.
It's Jerick McKinnon.
Who knew?
That was big time.
Yeah.
I was sitting there saying, don't score.
That's such a risky strategy.
Don't score.
I did not like the overall strategy of that. I like getting down. I get that.
Yeah.
But when it was clear they were going for a field goal, and because I thought, okay, you get down. I think they had to call timeout right there. It's like, okay, maybe they take one more knee and try to run it in. And they didn't. I think Patrick Mahomes lost 5 yards on the first snap. It was like, they're just gonna kick it.
I
get it.
That's the right move.
It just feels so risky.
That's the absolute right move.
On a field, people were slipping on all over the place. It's in a league where you just trash the kickers. Oh man, this is tough. I hope this dude makes it.
That's 100% the move to make, and I saw it when he did it, because I saw before it was snapped. I was like, if I'm Philly, well, you gotta
don't let him walk in. Yeah,
you gotta let him score.
Yep.
So I'm Philly, and they're doing that. Yep. They're not going anywhere near tackling him, letting them walk in.
Well, I think they tried, and then once he hit the corner, you see all of them fall back. They almost all instantly stop, and then Jerick McKinnon takes the.
If they tried, I would have yelled.
I think they got in the back.
If I was Sirianni, I would have yelled at him. You do not tackle him there. You have one shot at the game, and that one shot is letting them score so you can get the ball back. And they didn't let him. They were trying to let him score at the very least after a while. And I'm like, McKinnon, get down,
and
get down, and don't get out. And he did that.
He did them both.
And that's it. That's all they. That was the game.
And that's a tough play to do, by the way.
Yeah.
Even if you talk about it, hey, if you got a chance to score, get down. That's a tough thing to process when you're looking at the defense and trying to make all these moves, and then realizing, I got to go down right here.
Yeah. So they
good for Jerick McKinnon, former 49er.
Shout out to him, man. Shout out to him to get back to that point after everything that he went through in his career, man. So that was great to see. But I thought the Eagles offense, they started cooking. One of the things I saw with the Eagles offense is they are lights out in short yardage situations.
Oh my
you can't
gosh.
Stop in short yardage.
That's insane.
You cannot stop. If it's 3rd or 4th and 3 or less, just forget it. Forget it.
Jalen just plowing into that line pushing through, his running backs pushing. It's just ridiculous. Yeah. It was I don't know that it was actually 100%, but it actually felt like 100%.
Hey, shout out to Leezy in the chat. Coward strategy by the Chiefs.
Fly, Eagles, fly. Not taking it well today.
No, man. And David Jackson, he feels the same way as you. He says, I do not like the quote, don't score the TD strategy, but I do admit it works more often than not. It's the only way.
No, it's not that. I think it's risky. I still wanted to see them. I get running the clock down. I get stopping. Like in an essence, you're taking points off the board. That's a risky strategy. Like it is like either strategy is risky in that moment when you're in a close game. Scoring or not scoring, it's risky. I just thought they were going to take another knee for more time to run off and then at least take one attempt at the end zone. to try to score the touchdown.
Yeah, I would have never took an attempt at the end zone. Never.
And they
Especially
didn't.
that close. Like
And they didn't.
You talking about the 1 yard line, whatever. You center it up, you do what you're supposed to do. The thing about that, much like Saturday night at the Golden One Center, we're making this or we're going to overtime. Those need to be the only two options. That's it. Those are the only two options. Is we're making it, we're going to overtime. And when you talk about running a play and trying to get into the end zone or something like that, I ain't think it happened, man. A messed up handoff, fumble, strip.
It's the same exact. It's the same exact thing is true on the field goal attempt.
Yeah,
same exact thing is true.
But that happens. We're going to overtime. We're going to overtime.
So you got a James Harrison situation like that. Okay. I mean, we
saw it in Cincinnati, Baltimore. We just saw it a couple weeks ago.
We did. Yeah.
So anything, the block kick could have happened and they could have took it to the house. Like that could have happened as well. But I'm not running a play.
No, I get it. I get you have complete control of the clock and everything that happens. Like I get it. Either strategy is risky to me. And Andy Reid been in this game long enough to know which one is less risky. The taking the knee, centering it up, throwing your kicker out there, showing you trust your kicker. I get it. I just it's tough when you're right there at the end zone. You have a chance to get 7 or 6, and you're willingly going to take the 3. I don't know what that play was at the end of the.
I think he got tipped.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, I think.
I was like, Jalen's arms bigger than that.
I think they said he lost his footing on that play.
What do you think about this footing situation, man? Like people was going crazy over the footing. I mean, that is a terrible look for the NFL to have your biggest game played in a situation where people are, can't get a grip on the field. They spent what, like $800,000 on this field?
Died in like 2 years preparing for it.
and it's garbage. Like, come on, man. That was atrocious. I don't know why. I do know why, but the field that the Cardinals had at the end of the season seemed to be working just fine. Paint that, take care of it for 4 weeks, and let's move on with the Super Bowl as is. That was a terrible look for the NFL.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
Yeah.
What was your biggest takeaway? Mine was Jalen. Clearly, yours wasn't.
Mine was the fact that I've said it a week ago. I think it was a week ago. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But we're on pace, at least I'm on pace, to, when it's all said and done, saying Patrick Mahomes is the best to ever do it. And he's much like how I felt about LeBron and Mike. Remember, I would always say, with LeBron, I don't need him to get 7 championships to be considered better than Michael Jordan. That's not the barometer for me. If he does everything that he's done and he can get the 4 or maybe even 5, you absolutely have everything needed. I don't think it's coming. I don't think it's happening. But even with 4, everything that you've done, I can still sit up there and question, like, yo, this might be the greatest dude to ever do it. Patrick Mahomes doesn't. People were talking about that when I tweeted it yesterday. Like, he's never going to win as many Super Bowl. That's not the criteria for me personally. He doesn't need to win as many as Tom Brady. I just know I've never seen somebody in their first 5 years play quarterback the way Patrick Mahomes has played. Get to 5 straight conference championship games, get to 3 Super Bowls, win 2 of them, and he's not slowing down. He's about to enter his prime. I think when it's all said and done, he might be the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think that's been the line on him since year 1. He's already hit, that he already has more Super Bowls than Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre.
Drew Brees too.
Drew Brees also.
Equal with Peyton.
That's you're entering a different class when you get 2. I think you're entering a very, very different class when you get 3. And when you start getting up into the 3s and 4s, that's where you start getting to That's where you start getting to the team aspect of this. Because when you look at 1 and 2, Patrick Mahomes would have taken a ton of criticism yesterday had they lost. Oh, they got into another Super Bowl and they lost. They have home. You were talking about this for the AFC Championship. They have home field advantage for all these AFC Championship games, and they lose. At what point is Patrick Mahomes a disappointment? Next on my show, First Take. That would have been the conversation. And for some reason, once you get like these, for some reason, 1 and 2 are like individuals.
Right.
But once you get to like 3 and 4,
Right.
that's where you start having to realize, well, wait a minute, Terry Bradshaw won 4. And no one puts Bradshaw on any list anywhere at any time. Troy Aikman won 3. No one puts him on any list at any time, anywhere. So it's like you 1's individual, 2's individual. 3, 4, that's probably a team. You get anything above that, it's you and Brady. And that's it.
And the thing with Mahomes,
How many Ben got? Ben got 2
Ben
or
has
3?
2.
He's got 2.
He's got 2. The thing with Mahomes is his multiples, like they probably happen because of him. You know what I mean? Like that goes into like there's only maybe a handful that carry that. That's like Brady, Montana. And I'm trying to think of anybody else where, because like you mentioned Terry Bradshaw. Yeah, Montana's looked at as the reason why they got that. What does he have? 4? They got 4 Super Bowls. I think he was the.
That's all he has, and it's not 5.
No, because Steve Young won the other one. But Montana's.
I remember when Brady got to 5, what a big deal it was. Now he's at 7. Like, my goodness, man. I'm sorry. I just paused with Joe because it's like, wasn't Jerry Rice on that team? And okay.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, it's
I got
Joe,
you.
Joe with the comeback against Cincinnati.
Yep.
Joe destroyed the Denver Broncos, destroyed the Miami Dolphins. So, you know, it's looked at as Joe, and that's Brady, Montana. Bradshaw's not looked at like that. Troy's not looked at like that. If Patrick were to get to 3, I think he'd be looked at.
I don't think Roethlisberger is either. Like Roethlisberger's at 2. Eli's people forget Eli even has Super Bowls. The only one who doesn't forget is Tom.
Yeah, nobody look at it. I don't even think they look at Peyton that way because the second one they're looking at the Von Miller. Von Miller was Super Bowl MVP, I think.
Yeah, that team's nowhere near the Super Bowl without Peyton Manning. You could put any quarterback outside of Tom Brady on that team, they're not winning the Super Bowl.
Peyton was pretty pedestrian that year.
He was
fine. Hurt. Like
no, that's fine.
At the end of his career,
that's fine. They're not winning the Super Bowl.
Don't say any.
They're not winning the Super Bowl.
Drew Brees, the quarterback that year, they ain't winning the Super Bowl.
No, I don't think so. How many Super Bowls Drew Brees have? He got 1. Peyton, Peyton won that Super Bowl with what's between his ears. He managed those games. He wasn't Peyton. He wasn't great, but he managed those games. I don't think they win that Super Bowl. I don't think they win. I don't think they have that season meaning. I barely remember the game. They don't have that season if it's not for Peyton.
Game was at Levi's and it was terrible. It was against Cam Newton.
It was. Oh, that's right. Who did they bring? Was it Brock Osweiler? It was Brock Osweiler that they brought in for a few games for Peyton?
I think so. Yeah, Brock.
Goodness gracious.
Brock. The original
Brock Osweiler.
Yeah. So, yeah, man.
Hardly knew you. All 6'9" of him or whatever he was.
Yeah. I took away that Patrick Mahomes is he's on pace right now.
I mean, Andy Reid's not going anywhere. I think that's the other important thing.
One of the greats.
I think that's the other important thing that they can't really discount. You talk about, and obviously, you know, Tom put an exclamation point on everything going to win one in Tampa Bay. But I do think the importance of Bill Belichick and the two of them together plays a part in the story. Andy Reid and Mahomes could have that. You know, it's almost certainly not as long, given how long Andy Reid has been in the game. But Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, like that partnership, that marriage, that could be good for a long time.
Man. It's perfect. What do you think about today? And this is crazy because the draft ain't even happened.
This was a great line. I could kiss you right now, but I won't. Andy Reid talking to Tom Rinaldi. That was such a great line.
Shout out to Andy Reid, man. What you think about next year, man? Just we have fun with it. You got a Super Bowl for next year. Off the top of my head,
No.
49ers.
Yeah, I'm not picking the 49ers. I think you and people like you are going to make me hate this 49ers team.
Why?
Because Debo was still out there tweeting.
He was right.
Like, bro, no, you didn't. You had the chance and you lost.
He was
Sit
right.
at home
He was right.
and keep it moving. So he's right that they would have beaten Philadelphia.
No, he said the weakness was the secondary. That's what he said. That's what he said. And, oh no, you just hating. You just hating. He said, no, we had some stuff dialed up. We didn't get a chance to do it, but that's where the weakness is.
Well,
lit up.
Lit
up was that second that everybody said the Eagles they're elite on every level. And Debo said all week, Debo picked the Eagles to win. He just told you, he said, yo, that secondary I think we was about to eat. We had some stuff dialed up. Oh, you just hating.
Well, I think you frame it as that's that secondary. The secondary. We had some things dialed up for the secondary. We couldn't use them. We didn't have a quarterback. So I think there's flaws in the secondary. Not we about to eat, because that just comes across as bitter. Like, and when you factor that into everything they said all week, it's like, yo, shut up.
So
y'all lost.
So
you weren't there. You lost to the Philadelphia Eagles. You don't get a right to say, oh, we would have done this. We would have done that.
Why
no,
not?
You lost. You had a chance.
Why not?
You don't have to. You could say, man, hey, or at least not do it repeatedly. Like, because then you just come across as tired.
Well, so what does it mean when he says, I think the Eagles are going to win? He was asked the question. He said, yeah, it's disappointing because I thought we was going to eat. Who's going to win the game? I like the Eagles. The Eagles are a good team. Yeah. They do that. That
doesn't have anything to do with the
it'd be hating. It'd be bitter if you're like, the Chiefs are going to kill them. They ain't no good. Like, no, I just think that.
And what I guess I missed this. So the story, and admittedly, I'm not locked in on ESPN. Forgive me for not doing my research, because this never came across my readings at all. Mm-hmm. The fear was, and I know we talked about Barry, we talked about Darius, we talked about those guys. So the fear was the secondary, because I always thought the fear was the front four.
What do you mean the fear? Like
the strongest part of that defensive unit was the secondary?
The strongest part was the front four.
Because I thought the story of last night's game was the Kansas City Chiefs offensive line and how they were able to.
They did a great job. Yeah, the Chiefs offensive line did a great job against that unit. But the whole dynamic, and this is what I think they were saying, and people might not have liked the way they were saying it, was, man, you talk about a weakness. It's frustrating because we thought we could do work against that secondary. And I remember vividly everybody talking about on all three levels, the Eagles are elite. And we're like, they're not elite on all three levels. They're elite up front, but
I definitely thought their secondary was good, especially with those two guys. I thought they were good. But I thought good.
I like the safety. I like the safety that I'd love to see come to the Niners. Gardner Johnson, I think his name is. But they said earlier in the week, it's like that safety or that secondary, you can feast on them. In Kansas City,
maybe they got exposed a little bit by that offensive line in Kansas City being so good.
They did the Kansas City Chiefs offensive line did.
That's what Crocky tells us, right? Like when you got an offensive line that could block, you're in that secondary, you got to defend longer. It's one thing to defend for 5 to 8. It's another thing to defend for 12 to 18.
Absolutely.
And absolutely. I don't think they got to Patrick in the backfield.
They didn't get a sack. They had a couple of pressures on them, but they didn't get a sack. They did and Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy did a great job of, kind of moving the pocket a couple of times and getting Patrick some deep drops, so he had time to make passes. Great job by the coaches. I thought both teams played really well. Chiefs were just a little better on.
You have a problem with the penalty at the end?
It's a tough call, but it was a hold. I mean, Bradbury even said, "Yeah, I hold him. I was hoping to get away with it. Didn't."
And I think that's probably
that it's over. Like,
well, I think the frustrating is like you probably do get a hold. You probably do get away with that in certain situations. I've seen that hand on the waist called pretty consistently in the last 3 weeks, so it was hard to be mad. Again, neutral perspective. It was hard to be mad in the moment when I felt like it wasn't I don't remember if it was Jimmy Ward, but before the game got out of control,
Yeah, Jimmy Ward.
he got called for something, and he didn't turn anyone. Like there wasn't, it wasn't like a strong motion one way. It felt like they had called that pretty consistently. Now, right or wrong, the judgment calls, but I feel like they've called that pretty consistently in the last handful of weeks.
Yeah, that's a tough
because I feel like we've seen it a lot.
It's a tough call. It was the correct call, but that's a tough one in that situation. The Eagles were about to get the stop, hold them to the 3, and get the ball back with time and have a chance to win it. Tough pill to swallow, man. Oh well, couldn't have happened to a better fan base.
And that's true. I realized yesterday, I actually really like the Eagles roster. There's a lot of guys on that team that I like. But man, ever since Bonte posted, I don't like Philadelphia, period. But ever since Bonte posted those videos, it's like, y'all eat this.
Nah, Eagles fans
just eat that out.
Eagles fans are the worst. And look, there's bad apples in all fan bases. There's bad apples in the 49ers fan base. And any, they're not exclusive. But
that was like a 10-minute video Bonte posted.
Yeah, to a man, the Eagles fan base is disgusting. And I never want to see them.
Not very many happy-ass Leezies roaming around that fan base, that's for sure.
No.
We'll come back. More on haven't talked about Zion yet. We'll take a look at the Western Conference and what it may mean for your Sacramento Kings moving forward. James Ham at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. That's all ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, the jersey grab. Yeah,
tough one, man.
It's those are tough. But I don't know. I didn't think it was the worst call.
Roddy says Niner fan talking like they play home games at the Stick. No, we play home games at Allegiant Stadium. That's where we play our home games, at Allegiant Stadium. That's our house.
I don't think Roddy cares. Roddy don't love him no more.
Roddy hate Mark and everything that has to do with Allegiant.
Roddy, you're still a football fan though, right? Just not of them anymore. Watching Roddy's heel turn in real time on Mark Davis and that team was one of the funnest experiences ever.
I think Roddy could speak for himself, but I think he when Mark took the team out of Oakland, he's like, this is bullshit.
Yeah, that's 100% what it was.
I'm done with this guy. Don't blame him.
And I think it's all Mark. I think it's all Mark Davis. I think it's like my thing with Jerry Jones. I think Roddy still loves his Raiders. He just isn't going to support Mark Davis.
That situation too. Like I understand Roddy and all.
Oh yeah, I'm sitting here speaking for Roddy. like he ain't here.
I understand Roddy and all those people who feel that way. Completely. 100%, man. Like if the Kings were going to leave, I wouldn't go follow the Kings to Seattle. I was absolutely going to be full-fledged Knicks fan or something like that. Like I was already ready for that. But I mean, what would you want Mark to do? He wasn't going to get a stadium in Oakland. And I know the easy answer, pay for it yourself. Nobody pays for it themselves. Like let's deal with reality. Like that's not none of these guys. And if you're saying pay for it yourself, and this other city's like, we'll pay for it for you.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and
what you want them to do?
I don't think Mark's got that money either.
There's that too. What you want to do is a messed up situation. In essence, I probably would have wanted Oakland to find a way to pay for it or help pay for it or whatever. That's the way the team was going to stay.
Yeah.
You guys say he never submitted a plan? Okay. I say he knew what it was, but he never submitted a plan, never tried. I believe it was a situation where Mark knew they were never going to step up. Oakland wasn't going to, well, they weren't going to do that. They're barely doing it with the A's. Now that's a situation where the owner is just garbage.
Yeah.
He is terrible.
Yeah, their whole everything is garbage. Goofballs, man. And it was like 70 degrees yesterday.
It was warm.
Tried to
great
get
outside.
Sprout out for a walk before the game and was like, hey.
Felt great outside. I was out in Oak Park yesterday. It's a little fixins. Happy birthday to the Queen Bee.
Yes,
Gotta
indeed.
get her air horns when we come back. It was a beautiful day outside.
Yeah, it was nice. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, I remember that too. They were ready to move to LA. I understand what you guys are saying. He never wanted to stay in Oakland. I get that. I understand it. Hey, we didn't talk about this when we were talking about football, but your thoughts on halftime?
I liked it. Shout out
was-
to Trista who called the
Big
first.
ups,
I
yeah.
I didn't think they would do it. It was a hit. I just don't feel like bitch better have my money has the same impact without the first word. It's arguably my favorite song that she does. It's up there. It's one of them. I did not expect that to be the first record. So shout out to Trista for calling that one. The reveal of I think there was supposed to be a more like reveal of the pregnancy. If you go back and you watch the very beginning, I think she tells you like because she opens the jacket a little bit and rubs her belly, but the camera pans out so quickly to show you like the entire setup, which was, oh, there's a pregnant woman suspended 100 feet in the air.
Bruh.
Okay.
Ain't
All right.
No way in hell. They're going to get that show. If I was Rihanna, they're going to get that show right on the ground.
But I think it did a lot in that it allowed her to move a little bit less. You know what I mean? And I think and this is no one's fault but my own. She did all of the lights, run this town, and umbrella, and Jay-Z's just standing in the tunnel watching. Like, because as I'm looking at the setup, and when they came down to the ground, I was like, okay, where does the surprise pop up from? I'm looking around. I'm like, I don't see it. Like, I don't see how it works. Maybe there's a space in the stage where it come through the bottom.
Yeah.
It was like, wait, that doesn't work either because this thing literally just landed at the 50-yard line. And as all of the lights came on and it transitioned, I was like, oh, so Jay's just watching like us, huh? Him and Blue just kicking it,
just chilling. Yeah,
I think that was my only disappointment was like we had really thought, oh, there's this partnership between Jay-Z and the NFL and Rock Nation. We'll get Jay-Z popping up here with Rihanna at halftime.
Yeah, and I mean it was clear. She probably said, "I don't want anybody to."
Yeah, 100%.
This is my show.
Which
gonna be me.
Had me
no problem with that either.
Was Justin alone? Justin's second run,
the one with Janet, or he did
no, the second one.
When did he do the other one? What Super Bowl was that? You know?
Oh, it's when those threes dropped. I don't remember.
The Kings were at the Super Bowl. Threes dropped.
No, that's cute. when the Justin Timberlake Jordan threes dropped.
Oh,
I don't remember what Super Bowl that was, and I don't remember if anyone came out with him. So I don't think it's unprecedented to not have it. It was just.
I'm thinking, did anybody come out with Beyonce? Maybe Destiny's Child, but I think it might have been just Beyonce.
I realize I don't remember none of these halftime acts.
I don't either.
Remember last year's? Last year was just an ensemble cast. It wasn't like someone came out. It was just 50 people booked.
Yeah, 50 was a surprise guess.
Yes, 50 hanging upside down was a surprise.
But what I do remember, wasn't it Arizona when Lady Gaga like jumped off the top of the stadium.
Where'd she go? Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
oh, we're back in Arizona. Okay. I was thinking about it though. Look, I know.
Careful.
I know-
Careful.
What?
I don't know what you're about to do. Just be careful. Somebody's gonna clip this and share this all over the internet. You know that fan base is strong.
No.
Okay.
That's my girl. I was defending Riri. The baby was basically hanging out. She basically was delivering. What do you guys expect her to do?
Yeah.
She didn't do enough.
There
The
really
baby was
wasn't.
right there.
There really wasn't is Rihanna pregnant? It's like, no. Did you not see her? She's not. She's very pregnant.
Right. I didn't even want to go up suspended in air.
Well,
That was
and
crazy.
that was-
and you see the thing moving?
That's a.
I said,
really
hell
gotta-
no.
they
Get
gotta-
me down.
They really got a pregnant woman suspended above the stadium.
No.
And I'm
No,
still trying to
no.
figure out how they did it.
No. I ain't doing it. No. Bring me down. And if I was ASAP Rocky, get her down.
Hey, I love the joke that ASAP has a whole different meaning after seeing she pregnant again. But he was filming the whole thing. He was loving it. Yeah, take her up higher. I thought the stage setup was pretty dope though, with the dancers
really dope.
and
It was really cool. It was great. I don't like heights. But so no, Rihanna was just fine. You know what?
the set list was flawless.
You know what I kind of popped for that I realized is like my song is Wild Thoughts. I love Wild Thoughts.
I was
When that
surprised
came
she
out, I
did
was like,
that.
oh,
Yeah.
let's go, Ree.
I was surprised.
I know you
she
want to
did
see
that.
me naked. Like, let's go.
The only record that we hadn't talked about that I thought about, it was like Saturday or Sunday, was, but I didn't think she'd do it just because it was All of the Lights.
Yeah, I didn't.
Like,
that caught me by surprise.
I don't think
too.
she'll do that.
I didn't really pop for that either. By
She
the
did.
way,
Oh, I thought that was great.
it's fine.
Might
No,
have
it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I just didn't.
Might have
I
been
didn't
the
pop for
only
that.
song she actually sang.
Well, like I said, she was in labor.
Well, that's fine. She wasn't in labor 20 years ago when she was at Cinco de Mayo. Like, so I think that might be something Ree does once in a while. But I think she sang All the Lights.
Yeah,
I know you popped for that.
That's why I was popping. But no, Ree's fine. What I was gonna say was, I know you're against these things. I really do. I know you're against these things. I think we gotta go to Vegas, bro. We gotta go to Vegas. I've never been to anything Super Bowl. Never been anything Super Bowl. We don't have to interview people. We don't. We don't have to interview nobody. I'm gonna have to go though. It's in Las Vegas. It's in Las Vegas. Come on, big dog.
Okay, I'll tell you what. No. That's fine. Instead of doing the 13th round in 20 minutes, go to Expedia, or whatever site you want to go to, and try to find a hotel in Vegas for next year's Super Bowl. You tell me what you come back with.
Well, there's that.
See what you could get. See what price you can get for an Airbnb.
I never stayed in Airbnb.
Because I think I'm
and I don't
going to
think I'm
Vegas in
fine.
August. So asking me to go again a few months later is.
A few months later, that's like almost a year later.
I haven't been to Vegas in years. So it's not almost a year. August to February.
It's more than 6 months.
I don't think it is. I think it's exactly 6 months.
Plus, yeah, you might be Vegas out because you're talking about going in August. You're supposed to make that move in June.
Yeah,
Or actually
July.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be Vegas out.
No, it's the Super Bowl, though. Come on. It's the Super Bowl, baby.
I'll do it.
And I would love to go to the game. I know a lot of people like.
If someone wants
downplay
to
the game.
sponsor it, I'll do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rich,
Yeah, we ain't.
hey, courtside Ripley, if you're listening,
Courtside Ripple.
put together a
You got it.
put together a Super Bowl on the road package.
You got it. Courtside Ripley.
Yeah,
Oh boy, get the shirts ready now.
yeah courtside
Courtside
Ripley.
Ripley. But and I know a lot of people who have been to the Super Bowl, like, it's the worst. I'm leaving on Sunday. I don't want to be there. I would like to go to the Super Bowl. Now that don't have to be part of the package. I'm just saying, like, if I stumbled across
Oh yeah,
tickets to the, I'd like to go to the Super
stumbled
Bowl.
across them. How do you stumble across Super Bowl
I don't
tickets?
know, like them 80-year-old ladies.
I wonder what's more expensive, a ticket to the Super Bowl or to Beyonce.
The Super Bowl.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, Beyonce tickets are pretty outrageous.
They are. But Beyonce tickets, like I don't know if I would try this, if I would risk it. But I think the final week of the Beyond, you can get in the door. That's how I went the first time. You can get in the building.
Well, you can, because I've learned some of those official platinum seats that they drop. That's nothing more than price gouging from Ticketmaster. They don't call it that. They said it's up to the promoter. You're price gouging. They price seats based on the market. So you'll see seats. You'll see a whole row. Like if you go to your Ticketmaster app, you'll see a whole row that's wide open. And it's because they're pricing it at a $1,200 seat, because the row in front of them and behind them are reselling their tickets for $1,200. You pull up, like the one I've been looking at the most is Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. There's either a couple dozen official platinum seats which run for those outrageous prices, or people are reselling. It looks like, I don't know, what's that, 60,000, maybe 50,000, maybe 400 people bought tickets with the intention of going to the show. And everything else has just been put back on the market.
Wonder if that's gonna happen for WrestleMania too.
So WrestleMania is the show that I would bet you could get in the week of for a very reasonable price.
For like 100. No, I'm not saying you'll have great seats.
Yeah, I think you could get in for 100. You could absolutely get in the building for $100.
Yeah.
I think you could probably get a decent seat for a few.
Yeah.
Whereas now they'll probably, what we looked at them one day, what were they, like 3,000 for both nights or something like that?
Yeah. The point being, I don't think you could do that for the Super Bowl. I think Super Bowl stays at least four figures until kickoff, no matter where.
Yeah, it could be true. Yeah, could be true. You're listening to it, so I guess we're going to Vegas then.
We're going to Vegas. Let's go. Let's go, Jesse. Pack your bags. Let's go, baby. We out here.
We're going to Vegas twice. Because we got to go in June.
Yeah.
Like that's
we're going twice.
We got to go.
Well, you saying it to me like I ain't sure I'll go 22 times. I love Vegas.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. I remember the spectacle it was when Zion Williamson debuted in Las Vegas. It was a moment so big they had an earthquake. Boy, that has a whole different connotation now. Zion Williamson suffered another setback, according to Pelicans general manager David Griffin. And he's going to need an additional few weeks after the All-Star break. And it's not an additional few weeks of rehab. It's not an additional few weeks of rest. It's an additional few weeks before he gets reevaluated again to determine the next steps.
Wow.
I'm thinking, and we'll talk about the King stuff in a minute. I'm thinking purely from a NBA fan perspective. This is tough.
Yeah.
This is like, man, again. That's tough. I thought this was the year. He's on track, got the All-Star nod. No matter how we feel about it, he clearly played well enough. But this is tough.
I feel terrible for him.
Yeah.
I feel bad for him. Because like you mentioned, it feels like he got himself in as good a shape as he could be, ready for this season, came into the season, was going to work this season. And then, something, I always feel this way with injuries. It's something that's completely out of his control. Like he can't help that the hamstring, went out on him. You can make the assumption that, it's the weight or anything like that, but you don't know that. The healthiest people in the world, skinniest people in the world, pull their hamstring.
Hamstring issues have been an issue all year, and it's like a whole new pandemic in the NBA, and it's just localized within the hamstring.
Yeah. So I feel terrible for Zion, and I don't know, man. What do you do if you're New Orleans?
Well,
what do you do
at this point? Like right now, nothing. You just you nurse him back to health. You hope he gets better. There's nothing like long term. I don't think there's nothing long term that you could even consider doing.
You wouldn't consider moving him? You wouldn't consider?
Do you think that's something you think that's something you can consider doing now? I think you get a year out because remember he signed an extension.
So the extension starts next year. It didn't start this year. I'm not sure.
That adds up because didn't he sign it last offseason?
Yeah, it feels like he probably starts next year.
So
he's
I mean,
still on the rookie
it's not
deal this year.
unheard of. It's not like you can't move it,
Right.
but are you positive that's the route you want to go?
Right. I wouldn't. I'm just throwing out a suggestion because I would not trade Zion. I'd ride that situation till the wheels fall off, to be honest with you. And they may be falling off as we speak, but I wouldn't move Zion. I'd take every chance I could to see if he can turn into what he looks like when he plays. A generational talent.
What's this
His new deal does start next season too.
next year?
Yeah.
What is this? Okay. That's kind of the long-term prognosis, right?
Mhm.
Few weeks. All right. Let's it's never a few weeks with Zion, unfortunately. Let's go mid-March.
Mm.
And we'll look at this from our perspective. New Orleans, who had lost 10 in a row, kind of got themselves going again. Now they're, sitting at 29 and 28. They're sitting in the 7th spot. What is this long-term prognosis for New Orleans? You've always believed that the Pelicans play better when they're playing with either Brandon Ingram or Zion Williamson.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Ingram's playing. We also know Brandon Ingram is playing through stuff.
Yeah.
He's playing through a pain tolerance thing, which it's just got to be. It just has to be brutal for him. Are they fine?
No, they're
No,
not
they're
fine.
not?
They're not fine because you don't know what's going on with Brandon Ingram. You don't know how much you can be able to get out of him.
That's it. Yeah, you don't know how much you can take.
Yeah.
How much he can take.
They have.
He's been fine.
Mhm.
It's just it was made really clear. Man, I don't know when he's going to come back. He's really going to be dealing with some pain when he comes back. Hey, Brandon Ingram's playing tonight. I'm sorry, what?
Right.
What
That's
sort of
exactly
lethal
how
stuff
it
did you just
happened.
put in that dude's body to get him go out there and play? And how many more times are you going to do it?
Yeah. So, yeah, I think they're in trouble as far as getting into the top 6. Like when you were talking about the Kings and worried about them being a team that hops into the top 6, I don't think they'll have enough for that. Now they played exceptionally well last year with no Zion when Ingram started to take off, right? Like,
Yeah.
so
he was playing all NBA style.
So it's possible. Same thing happens. Then they add CJ at the trade deadline and they finish that thing on out. So it's possible.
Well, that addition isn't coming this year. Like, I got to believe
No.
CJ was a catalyst to what they did. Like
Josh
that's not-
Richardson, remember that? Those are game changers, remember?
I don't do that.
I'm
Like
just
Josh-
saying.
oh,
You know, changes
man, he
changes
could
all
be a couple-
fortunes.
he could. All right, now you're being sarcastic.
Had to get somebody at the deadline, change everything about what you're trying to do. But I don't see.
You're like if Tim Maxwell's Twitter account came to life. Shout out Tim Maxwell.
I'm just saying.
I got you.
I don't know if they'll get that same
I-
jolts of energy that they got last.
I can't
year.
imagine they do.
Yeah.
Like in all the respect in the world for Brandon Ingram, I can't believe that CJ wasn't a catalyst to some of that. Like, you know what I mean? Like to just think that Ingram took off at the same time CJ joined the team, and that's just a coincidence.
Mhm.
No, it's not. Like those two went hand in hand. The thing is, CJ's there. Like CJ's there now, and they're battling. And there's also the psychological component. Like they've got to be frustrated. We talk about this. We've talked about this before, where there's a certain resignation, like stages of grief, right?
Mhm.
When someone gets hurt, but you know that they're out for the year.
Yeah.
And you can be frustrated, you could be angry, but you know that you have to regroup and you know that you have to execute the rest of the season without that person. And that absolutely, like there's obviously a million difficulties to that, especially when you're losing a player like Zion Williamson. I'd argue it's more difficult when you lose a player for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, or you think you lost him for 3 weeks and it winds up being 6 weeks, because if you're a player filling in that role, that no matter what you do, that's not your job. You're not keeping this job for the rest of the year. I think it's harder to get into a rhythm. It's harder to get into a flow when you're constantly waiting for someone to come back. It feels like this Pelicans team has waited for someone to come back all year, whether it was Brandon Ingram first, and now it's Zion Williamson. This Pelicans team we talk about Brooklyn and how, what was it? What's the number? This just seems impossible. What was it? 16 games that Harden, all three of them played together.
Yeah, something crazy like that.
Obviously, it's nothing like as outrageous as that, or at least I don't think it is. But this Pelicans team this is a big question mark. This is a big. We still have no idea what this Pelicans team with BI and Zion and CJ is, because they can't get on the floor together.
Yeah, and that's something that if you're Griff, you gotta say, like it is a discussion that needs to be had. To be honest with you, like within the front offices of the Pelicans, like, no, do we look to move this guy? Do we look to move him and get something for him? I wouldn't do it, but odds are it's not going to happen. At least they're in New Orleans. It's just not going to happen. This guy can't stay healthy. Whatever they're doing as a training set, I'm not saying it's their fault, but like it's not working. They're not able to keep him on the court, and maybe being in New Orleans, I don't know. The voodoo, I don't know. Moros, maybe he's going to Moros too much. I love that place. Maybe he's going to Frenchman Street too much. I don't know, but it ain't working. So, Griff, you can look at a situation where you might be able to get a haul. You might be able to get a Kevin Durant-like haul for Zion Williamson right now. You maybe make that move.
It's weird to ask this, given Kevin Durant, who misses a lot of games, just got 4 first-round draft picks. But you know what a Hall of Fame, upper room, penthouse talent that Kevin Durant is. Could you make that haul for Zion? If you're Griff, like I obviously there's a risk if you're Griff, but I'm talking about if you're the team trying to acquire him.
Yeah,
can you afford to do that?
I don't think you could do that. I think you get a baby version of the Durant trade, not 4 first-rounders, maybe 2. Not 2 starter caliber players, maybe 1, and you go about it that way. So I don't think you can do the full Kevin Durant trade, but cut everything in half. Maybe you could do that.
But he's incredibly talented. Like his talent's not the issue.
He's an unbelievable game changer.
You talk about, we talked about how Gobert messed everything up. Kevin Durant, like if Zion, this is a massive if, and neither one of us think this is going to happen. If Zion trade discussions happened, if I'm Griff, if I'm David Griffin, talking about, no, I get it. You could say, no, I get it. Kevin Durant fetched 4 first-round picks. Kevin Durant ain't played a full season since 1981. Right. Like you're going to use Kevin Durant now as the model of, doesn't matter. You especially if you're a team in this sense, it was Phoenix. You've got a championship window. It's barely cracked open. You can push this open quite a bit more with Zion Williamson. You're not worried about your first-round picks for the next couple of years. This is your shot to win a championship. Keep him healthy, you win a championship. That's simple. Don't offer those 4 picks. I'm going elsewhere.
And I would tell,
as if I was Griff.
And I would, if I was talking to Griff, I would be like, Griff, you got to chill, because you're right. Kevin Durant hasn't played a full season since 1981, but we've seen him play a full season. We know that it can happen. We ain't never seen Zion. Did he play? I think he might have played a full season his quote unquote rookie year, his second year, something like that.
I don't think so. I'm actually looking right now to see the most.
We don't even know if it's possible. So you talking about first round picks. This is a guy that it feels like at best I'm going to get for 50, 60 games.
24, 61. And I think that's a 72 game season.
That was and he didn't play in the bubble.
2020, 2021 is a 72 game season, right?
And I don't think
So-
he played in the bubble.
So
Once they went
he
to the bubble, he didn't play.
He played 24 games that year, 61 games, did not play at all last year, and has played 29 games thus far.
Yeah, man. Griff, I'm sorry, man. If you can find you 4 first-round picks, more power to you. I can't give you 4 first-rounders. I can give you 2 because I understand, but I can't give you 4.
So with that said, I don't even think you entertain Zion Williamson trade discussions right now.
If you're the Pelicans.
If you're the Pelicans, I don't think you entertain those.
Might be the highest you ever have, though.
You're
'Cause if
100%.
if he gets hurt next year?
So
now the price has gone down.
So that's but that's what I'm asking you. You're 100% sure this is it. He's not going to be able to play 76 games for you.
No, you're not sure about that. You're not sure.
Then I don't think you can do
Yeah,
it.
I'm
Because
with
Zion
you.
is
I'm with you. You don't do it.
like,
But I'm just saying, if they've got us, the conversation we just had, they absolutely need to be having that conversation.
That 61 in the 72 game season, 27 points per game.
They shot like 65% from the field.
He shot 61% from the field that
He
year.
couldn't be stopped.
27.
Even this year, what's his numbers this year?
27-7 this year, 26-7.
And what was the field goal percentage?
This year, 60%.
Come on, man. He can't be stopped when he plays.
That's why these conversations aren't being had.
Mm.
Zion would be a reset of the market. This is just Adam, we really need to trade 10 first-round picks and our arena. Can you sign off on this? We'll come back. We'll get back to Kings basketball. James Ham at the top of the hour. Oh, I think I love Derek Carr. Shout out Derek Carr. He's got to be a big fan of D-Lo KC. We'll explain when we return here on ESPN 1320.
Yeah. Let me get up in here.
Whack.
It's my joint. 13th round. It's your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the people over at Meister Watches. My boys over there. Shout out Ryan. Shout out Jovan. Shout out to the people over at Jordan Brand. Shout out to the dope ones, my people over there. And shout out to Cola Seamoss, man. It's my girl over there doing her thing. Big ups. Cola Seamoss. You know, that's how I get down, man. I'm trying to get healthy, trying to get back to doing things the right way. So it starts with Cola Seamoss. Hey, there was a big fight over the week. Well, I wouldn't say big fight, a good fight. I want to talk about that later in the week. Vargas and Forster. I want to get into that. But there was news made all throughout the weekend where you had Canelo saying that he's going to come back Cinco de Mayo weekend to take on John Ryder in an undisputed 168 clash. This one's going to be in Mexico, you know, and that's fine. I don't have any. I didn't expect anything less. People were talking about Benavidez playing, you know, facing the winner. Obviously, it's not happening there. It may happen in September. I still don't think he's going to face Benavidez ever, but you know, it could happen there. John Ryder, people were upset about that, talking about tune-up and all this other stuff. It's whatever, man. I ain't going to talk about Canelo for that fight. It is what it is. You guys see what it is. The other big news was on Saturday, I believe it was, PBC reportedly gave Golden Boy and DAZN what they were looking for in the negotiations for a Tank Ryan Garcia fight. They said, look, you want to, we were trying to negotiate in good faith. We didn't have this come out to the public. Clearly, you had a problem with it and you start running these shenanigans in the public. And you put it out there that we wanted to control the rematch and that's why we weren't signing the deal. If that's what's going to get the fight done here, you take the rematch. You take the rematch. You can have it if you want the rematch. It's in the revised copy. Now that you have that, let's get the deal done. Golden Boy, Oscar, all those people, they're saying we agreed to everything. It was just this that we didn't agree to, and that's why we won't sign the deal. All right, they gave you that. What you going to do now? The deal should be done. I thought it was only that. What happened was it seems like PBC and Showtime called their bluff for all the fake hustle that Oscar De La Hoya likes to do. We'll see what happens here because you told us that was the only thing that was holding everything up. Now you got what you wanted. The deal should be signed. Why isn't it signed by now? Get it done, Oscar. Get it done, Golden Boy. Get it done, DAZN. Let's have the fight of the year, the biggest fight in combat sports go down between Tank and Ryan Garcia. That's the 13th round. What'd you say? One of these days, it's just not going. It's gonna get declined. Bro, that don't make no sense, bro. It doesn't make no sense. It really doesn't. Bro, I'd be done. I'm the only person around here that's doing those type of numbers. I'd be done, man. I don't think anybody in Northern California is doing that. I'd be finished. Appreciate it, Leezy. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. David, I did see that. That was crazy. What are you doing in a wheelchair?
You think Tank versus Ryan, like, what do you think, like, what numbers do you think that'll do pay-per-view wise?
I think that does like 500K. I think that does huge numbers for today's time. That's huge numbers. They need to hurry up. They missed the opportunity though. If they would have had this deal done, they could have done some Super Bowl promotion. So they missed the opportunity there. So
When's this fight supposed to happen too?
April 15th. Where is? Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on. Yeah, click clack. Where is the damn? Don't mind me, guys. I'm looking for something. Give me a second.
You want a chance to win tickets to see the Kings take on Portland February 23rd? Head over to ESPN1320.com. You can enter right there. Again, ESPN1320.com. Click the contest page and boom, enter to win right there. A chance to see the Sacramento Kings take on Portland once the All-Star break is over, February 23rd. Before we get to, I mentioned how much I love Derek Carr. There's one more non-Kings NBA related thing I wanted to touch on. And the story broke. We were talking about this player, and the story broke literally right when we went off the air. We were in the parking lot like, hey, did y'all see this Gary Payton second thing?
That was crazy.
It appears that on Friday, it felt like it looked like the whole deal was falling apart.
Yeah.
Now everything has gone through. I guess Golden State has okayed everything, but they're coming for Portland's ass on this one. They're like, yo, I know Bob Myers spoke today. I didn't have a chance to hear what he had to say. Obviously, we were a little bit busy, but what a weird story.
Very weird, man.
And we were wondering, like, what went wrong with Gary Payton in Portland? Well, I think we know now.
Yeah, and I don't know. But I still don't even know what are we even talking about? Because I think one of the arguments Portland will make is like he played like the day before the.
Well, I
Trade.
think what Gary Payton is saying, like, yeah, because they were shooting me up with pain medicine.
Mm.
I think that was part of the issue is he wasn't given the opportunity to heal. Like, how can you play? And I know Bob Myers said something along the lines. We didn't really think anything of his hamstring because he played us.
Yeah.
Like and then all of a sudden they run a physical on him, and it's like, yo, he could be out for 3 months.
Mm.
That's that as we say here on the show, that math doesn't math.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't add up.
Mm-hmm.
And from what
Not
GP2 said, it's the way that Portland was handling it.
not blaming Gary Payton at all, but why would you take it if you knew something wasn't right? I mean, to get back on the court for sure, but you knew something wasn't right. He could have done. I'll never forget when Bobby Jackson was like, "Yo, they want me to just go out there. I'm not taking that."
Mm-hmm.
Like, because all that does is numb.
Yeah, he
really
was
going on.
trashed by a former afternoon host for that.
Yeah, seriously. So and then once again, I'm not blaming Gary Payton II for it. I wouldn't have. I'm just saying I don't think I would have took it. Or if I take it, I'm not gonna say they made me take this. And they didn't
Well, I think there's a difference between saying they made me take something versus this is how they treated it. You know what I mean? Like those aren't necessarily the same thing.
Mm-hmm. You're right. You're right.
And we're not there.
Mm-hmm.
Wording is important. How it's and like Gary Payton II isn't going to speak anytime soon. Bob Myers said, they won't reevaluate him for another month, so they hope to have him back for the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So like we're not going to see GP2 anytime soon.
Right.
But which means he almost certainly won't have any media availability. But the wording in his communications with Portland is important to this. We don't need to know it. I'm certainly curious, but Golden State does.
Mm-hmm.
And more importantly, the NBA does.
Mm-hmm.
Because it could just be a matter of this is how we're going to treat the injury versus take 3 months off versus hey, we're going to give you this shot so you can play on the night-to-night basis.
Right.
The wording in that stuff is important. I hope brother's okay. He's a good ball player. I like him a lot. And I think Golden State's a great fit for him.
And Golden State, they were kind of in a situation, at least from the way I was looking at it, their hands were kind of tied to a certain degree because they made the deal for Wiseman, and you moved on from Wiseman. You were like, yo, we're done with this experiment.
Which saved you like $4 billion.
Right. Saved you a ton of money.
That's an absurd amount of money.
I think it was like $131 million. And if you say, oh, they did us dirty, we want to renege on the trade, not only do you have to take back that money, but now you've got this whole relationship situation with James Wiseman that you got to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
And I was talking to Anthony Slater and Guru on Friday. I think I said the same to you and James. Like, man, they might just be in a situation where they got to bite the bullet.
Yeah.
Then you take the Gary Payton thing because it seems like there's so many more problems that you would have for yourself if you fought to renege the trade, or you said, we're not accepting this, and everything went back the way it was. And while you're getting a player that probably can't play for you this season, and maybe you're hoping can get back for the playoffs, and that sucks. And you got so many other things to worry about if you flip that deal back around.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to take that L and keep it moving.
Yeah, like that's what Goo asked me in the room on Friday. How would you handle this if you're Golden State? You don't. Like you already did. You could take any grievance up you want with the league.
Right.
Gary Payton don't play for you at all this year. Take it.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of money that saved you, and the fact that there's absolutely nothing you can do with James Wiseman, and there's second round picks involved in here somewhere. Just take it and keep it moving.
Yeah.
Just take it and keep it moving. But a really weird story. You do not see those stories very often in the NBA. I don't think you see them in sports, period, very often. Especially that was Friday. So that was a full day after the trade deadline where it was all of a sudden this whole thing might fall apart.
Yeah. It's funny. Somewhere in there is a Farhan Zaidi joke. He ain't Giants. He not Giants. Pitchers and catchers.
I think I think Woj had a scheduled tweet that went wrong.
Oh no, right now?
Yeah, Woj just tweeted this. But I think it was scheduled. ESPN sources. 3-team trade is largely hindering on how Minnesota values D'Angelo Russell and potential deal and the return of draft assets. Lakers and Jazz have significant deal structure in place, but Minnesota has been too engaged elsewhere. Them damn scheduled tweets got them. Someone replied.
Hilarious.
Someone replied, Woj is a bot. Oh no.
That was funny.
That is funny. Poor guys like Woj and Schefter, who, millions of people have their tweets on push notifications.
Yeah.
So he's already deleted it. It's too late.
Too late now. It's too late.
It's too late.
Can you imagine Woj like scheduling some breaking news that you can only tweet like maybe 2 months from now or whatever, but like it's gonna happen. He ends up scheduling it to happen like a week after he
Man.
doesn't.
What would be great is if he messed up like the free agency days. Like he has all of the tweets scheduled, but he's got it a day early, and like every team is fired. Every team is fined for tampering. Because
Woj the reason why every team lost their second round pick that year.
there's literally no second round in the draft.
Oh,
Everyone lost their
man.
pick.
That's crazy. Sometimes like
Mm.
I think it was when De'Aaron got selected to the All-Star team. And I got the notification and immediately like went to the actual tweet. And it's always just crazy to see the numbers.
The
Like,
amount of
it
engagement
couldn't
on
have
the
been
tweet. Yeah.
more than 45 seconds.
Yeah.
And it was like 600 likes, 500 retweets. Like, God, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, those are guys, again, like I just looked at Woj. Woj was like 5.6 million followers.
Mm.
And if you're following Woj, most of us probably have him on push notification because Woj isn't going to tweet his thoughts on the Grammys.
No.
Like Woj is here for one thing and one thing only, and it's the tweet news, and that's what he does.
I hate when Woj retweets like Jeff Passan. It's like, bro.
I don't like when they do that.
Come on,
either.
bro.
Yeah, I don't like when they do that.
What you doing? Jeff Passan talking about the Blue Jays signed minor league prospect.
Don't care, Woj. Don't care.
Does Woj got the bell in sports media?
I think he does right now. He beat Shams in this trade deadline. It was 11-10. He broke 11 trades. Shams broke 10.
Yeah, I think Woj is that.
But that one is fluid though. Like that one moves. That's year to year.
And we're talking
Woj,
TV personalities.
Can
and all that.
Can Schefter get in there? I wouldn't.
I would still take Woj over Schefter.
Oh, I definitely. I think it's a Woj versus Shams thing. And
I was about to say I'll give them different leagues, right? Because it's like Schefter versus Lockenforia or something like that.
Rappaport.
I think it's more Ian Rappaport. Yeah.
Rap sheet, good call.
Yeah, I'll give the belt to Woj. Woj had a good year. Was it a draft? Remember a couple of years ago? We were on the air. I feel like Woj had a really bad draft.
Yeah, Shams was kicking his ass that year. they were posting the photos. It was Photoshop. Shams' head on Iverson, and he was stepping over Ty Lue, but Woj's head was on there.
He beat his ass.
Mm.
He beat his ass.
Derek Carr is beating the Las Vegas Raiders ass. Like I love this. I got to believe Derek Carr is a big fan of the show. Derek Carr said with speculation that there was a potential Saints trade on the horizon. Derek Carr said, "Cool. I'm not being traded anywhere. I'm not being traded to New Orleans. I'm not being traded to Tampa Bay. I'm not being traded to any team that you're talking to. You're going to have to cut me." That leads me to believe one thing. His agent has multiple deals of dollar figures that they're very, very happy about out there in the universe. I'd say likely 3. I don't think only 2, certainly not just 1. I'm guessing he has at least 3 deals in front of him with hard numbers that he can. I don't want to say that he could choose from, but I think his agent has done their due diligence, and Derek Carr knows. Child, please.
He was supposed to get cut today, huh? That was the thought.
I think it's tomorrow. I think tomorrow's the deadline for him to be cut. Tuesday.
Well,
Today's Monday, right?
Wednesday's the deadline because it's
Oh.
3 days after the Super Bowl, right?
Right. That sounds right. Yeah.
But I thought I thought I heard where they're. I mean, what are we waiting for? Just cut me. I thought it was going to be
if it's Wednesday at 11:59 a.m., I think that's exactly when they're going to cut him. Is Wednesday at 11:59 a.m.
Why you think
they're going to
would do it
schedule
like
the
that?
tweet? They're going to schedule the tweet.
Why you
like,
think they
"Whoa."
would do it like that?
I just think maybe that's their way of getting back. Well, we'll just wait. We won't cut you till you have to wait 24 more hours for us to do it, or 48 more hours.
He said, "I am not waiving my no trade clause."
He knows he's in firm control of this whole situation.
He's in the catbird seat. You know what that is?
I don't.
I don't either.
I've heard the expression before.
Yeah.
A catbird seat.
Catbird seat. I don't know what the cat.
Well, you know, I'm going to look it up.
And then while you're doing that, the Raiders had to cut him by 1 p.m. on Wednesday.
1 p.m. Wednesday. So 12:59 p.m. Wednesday is when he will
Catbird
be
seat.
cut.
It appears to be a bar in Nashville.
Oh,
In a superior or advantageous position.
yes, we know that.
Where the hell
But
did this?
what is a catbird seat?
Where did the term catbird seat originate from? It was featured in the 1942 short story, The Catbird Seat, and popularized by baseball commentator
I'm not surprised there.
Red Barber, and often referred to in baseball. The expression, according to James Thurber, comes from the observation of the catbird. I can't even pronounce that word.
Uh-oh.
I'm not gonna. It's a family of some type of birds. Some of the male birds will assemble. Some of the male birds will assemble several hundred colored rocks or shells, arranging them in a remarkable artistic display in order to build a seat, atop of which. Oh, that sounds inappropriate. So
Oh my
I'm just
gosh.
I think
Oh
we might
my
have,
goodness.
we might have to put the catbird seat in a box.
Oh no.
I don't know. I don't know what them birds are doing. That sounded a little freaky. If you want to look it up, what kind of
Oh no.
what kind of book is this, anyways? You know what's funny when I realized when I went out to the kitchen too, they're listening to us in the office.
Oh, we're on today, huh?
Yeah, I was grabbing some stuff, talking to Catalina. I was like, what the hell is that? Oh, it's us. We're on like a 90-second delay, which shows you how much they trust us. But yeah, like they're like people here, like they actually listen to us.
If you guys can hear us, look back in the way.
Yeah,
I
they
can't see them, but you tell me if they wave.
Well, the only one's over there, like Catalina's over there, Molly's over there. Like,
Catalina, Molly, is Kim there?
no, she's not there. She looked like she was
Is
all
Megan there?
business. She's dealing with something.
If you guys can hear us, look at the
No,
window and
they're not-
wave.
They're not. Oh, I see Charlie. Charlie's over there.
Charlie,
too. They're
say
not,
what's up.
They're not listening to us.
Oh, okay.
They're not. But
They didn't turn this.
I know they're listening to us in the kitchen.
Oh,
over
they
there.
were
We're
listening in the kitchen. I thought.
Well,
you
I
they were
think
listening-
all of the radios are programmed to the same station.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Ugh, what are you guys listening to? Wait, that sounds like. Oh,
Turn this trash off.
These guys
Oh, wait a minute.
what is this? Is this Castles? What is this? Jesse, where are you going? That's what Courtside Rip says. Courtside Ripley. Rumors are the Bucks were eyeing Jimmy Garoppolo.
It sounds like a good fit.
Good fit.
Yeah,
Now, if you're eyeing Jimmy Garoppolo, are you also eyeing Derek Carr?
probably.
Okay. I just wanted to
think-
make sure. I was like,
I think the
Adds
yeah
up.
they're probably going to be in the same boat for a lot of these teams.
one
I-
big difference in terms of I think there'll be a difference in contracts, right? But in terms of like how team may perceive them as a quarterback of the future. Derek Carr doesn't get hurt the way Jimmy Garoppolo does.
No.
And that could play.
Yeah.
Who's a better quarterback?
I think Derek Carr is a more talented quarterback. I'll answer. I think Derek Carr is a little better, but I think Jimmy Garoppolo is a little better than people give him credit for. I don't think he's just a product of Kyle Shanahan. I think he's a good quarterback.
I do think Derek Carr is better.
He has the physical tools though. He's got a nice arm, but he gets a little careless with the rock.
He does. I mean, don't you have the same concerns about Jimmy though?
A little.
Not
bit.
careless.
Yeah,
I don't know if careless is the
one
word.
throw like a game. You're gonna get that. Derek probably has like 5, and then he'll fumble the ball. There's that too.
It's not wrong. But then the next game he'll throw for like 380 and 4 touchdowns.
He'll do all that in the game where
he'll do that too. Yeah.
Touchdowns.
You know who Carr reminds me of? I don't think he's as talented. He has a lot of Tony Romo tendencies. Tony Romo, I remember, I think it was Buffalo, Monday night. Romo threw like 4 interceptions, maybe more, and led them to a 51-yard field goal to win the game.
Yeah, that was against Buffalo.
That they called timeout for, and I don't remember if it was Nick Folk or who it was, kicked it and made it, but they had called timeout, and it couldn't have been Nick Folk because T.O. was there. Kicked it again, made it, and T.O. said, yeah, he kicked the 102-yard field goal. He had to kick it twice, so he kicked the 102-yard field goal to win. I was like, T.O., that's not how this works. But he did kick 2 game-winning field goals and made them both. But that's what Tony Romo does, right? I feel like Derek Carr has some of those same tendencies.
He does. He just doesn't have like Romo. Romo would get like raked over the coals for choking or something like that. He had a lot of big moments in the regular season.
Oh, absolutely.
A lot of big moments. And I don't think Derek I understand the comparison. He doesn't have a lot of those moments. He had them for one season, it felt like. And every other time it was like failure in the regular season.
I don't blame Derek Carr for taking it. Feels like you think there's animosity between Derek Carr and the Raiders?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't blame him a bit. Yeah. And I think it has to do with less the Las Vegas Raiders or Mark Davis and more with Josh McDaniels. I do not think he is appreciative of how this season went. And I don't know. Josh McDaniels is a tough dude to root for. Derek Carr is an easy guy to root for. Josh McDaniels, not so much.
What's the percentage, in your opinion, of Aaron Rodgers going to the Raiders?
0.
Why do you say 0?
Because I just feel like Trista said, I just feel like this is part of his act. He's going to play for the Packers. I don't think he's playing anywhere else. I also don't think he's retiring.
I don't think he is.
He's too narcissistic to retire.
There were reports, and I don't. Maybe this is part of the act too. But I remember hearing reports a couple of days after where it's kind of like what we talked about. Like Packers are like done with this nonsense. Like they're ready to move on with life.
Maybe the fact that they missed the playoffs and look like a bad team a lot this year, maybe that can kind of push them over the edge so they realize, look, this isn't even worth living through the torment for.
Right. You're not taking us to championships. Like I think he does get traded.
You think he goes to Las Vegas?
I think that's possibly one of the suitors. I'll put it at 65%.
I mean, Aaron Rodgers has to have a no trade clause, right? I mean, if Derek Carr has one, Aaron Rodgers would have to have one.
I would think so. And I think he'd waive it for Vegas and Devontae Adams.
Oh, absolutely. Of course. Yeah, I'd absolutely see him waiving it. It's just, is that the only team he'd waive it for?
Yeah. I mean, but it fits everything. They've done business together with the Devontae Adams deal.
Sure.
You're moving him out of the conference. So you're getting the money off the books. The Raiders have the money to do it. I think it all fits.
This Athletic article says he does not have a trade clause.
Huh.
Oh, wow.
Good for Derek Carr. Good for Derek Carr.
Who was it that we were talking
Get that
about?
deal done.
And we said they had I don't know if we were joking or whatever, but there was like a basketball rookie or something like that had a trade clause.
Was it Kevin Porter Jr.?
No, it was
Kessler
Edwards. It was Kessler Edwards.
Yeah.
It's not a no trade clause. It had something to do with his like the contract and the bird rights. Yeah, no, it's like Kessler Edwards had to approve the trade to the Kings. God bless him for doing it. It's amazing.
Kessler
That's
Edwards, I
amazing.
got to see, did he play today? Is he in Stockton or is he with the
I
big
don't
club?
think so. I think he was here.
Okay.
I don't know. I feel like I would have gotten an alert if he wasn't.
What's his name? Hit the Stockton Kings for like 33-8 today.
What's his name?
PJ Dozier.
How? Oh,
He went to
PJ.
Brooklyn, boy.
Wait, he's against the Kings?
Yeah.
Oh man, PJ Dozier revenge game.
Yeah.
Yikes.
He went to
Did you see Derek Jeter is
I saw that.
joining the Fox squad?
I think he's gonna do good. And you know what? I think media-wise, Major League Baseball, they got a lot of good things cooking. I really like I love the TBS crew, like with Jimmy Rollins,
Mhm.
Gary Sheffield, and Pedro Martinez. That's phenomenal.
But-
And I like what they do on Fox.
Does it matter?
No, and I'll tell you why, because they
Okay.
don't ever play games during the weeknights.
Yeah.
All this stuff is either in the playoffs or
It's like-
on Sunday morning. Like I
Yeah.
understand, but that Apple TV, well, I think it was TBS, but I think Apple TV took over. But it's like Sunday morning, and then it's Saturday afternoon for us with
Mhm.
Fox. Like they need a Monday night game of the week. They need a Wednesday night game of the week. Because if they did that and they had those guys on afterwards, they'd be doing work. But I think Derek Jeter's going. I think he has, after watching the captain, I think he's can be pretty candid. I think he could do a good job.
Will he do that on TV though?
I
That's
think
the
he
question.
will.
All right,
I
I'll
think
take
Derek don't
It's-
care no more.
it. It's not the TV crew that keeps me from tuning into a baseball game though. That's the only thing.
It's
that
the game.
concerns me. It's pretty much it. It's
watch
the
the game.
sport.
I'll watch the game.
It's baseball. We'll come back. James Ham joins us. We'll talk Kings basketball when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Be back. You know what I started to do for the first time ever? Because I had a situation with my debit card, is I started to use the tap at the places.
Mhm.
It really is like unbelievably convenient and
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah, very
As
much
opposed to
so.
Reaching for your wallet. get your
Yeah.
card, just-
Yeah, Apple Pay or Tap, all that stuff. Hit the thumbs up while you're here. Let's see where we're at. Let's do a quick check. How many people have tapped in today? 231. I like it. Let's get to 300. Let's make 300 the new norm. Let's get to 300. We just squeaked past it on Friday. Let's try to get to 300 likes every day. I mean, there's 391, 375 on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up. What's up, Delivery Joe? Tap to pay scares the crap out of me. Totally understandable. Aaron Rodgers for Zion Williamson, get it done. Appreciate you, Patrick. Thank you. Will S. Appreciate you. There we go. I'm with the illest right there. No reason we shouldn't have 300 plus every single day, man. Y'all tap in and y'all with us. Even you look, you lose. Don't worry. I know you don't want people to know that you're watching. It's all right. Just hit the thumbs up. You're not being tracked by the FBI. Well, you might be being tracked by the FBI. Thirst for likes is real, man. Thirst for likes is real. Just joined Casey at the vending machine. Yep. Actually, he came in with he had a bag. He might have just gone to the restroom. I don't know if he went to the vending machine.
Yeah, he's been bringing snacks now.
Yeah, he's a BYOB guy.
It's a good vending machine day for me. I got 2 fruit snacks for the price of 1 today.
Oh, very nice. What, shit just started falling out?
So I'm going to tell you a little secret. The fruit snack one, more times than not, it gets messed up. So it won't feed me it the first time when I pay for it. So it'll do it again, but it'll give me 2 instead.
Oh, okay. Got you. I think Kenny just went and cut a big ass piece of chocolate cake that's sitting on the counter. I'm very confident Kenny's going to walk in here with a big ass piece of chocolate cake because he just came from the kitchen and it looked like he had a plate in his hand. And he did a big ass piece of chocolate cake.
Said, "Look what I found."
Look what I found.
If I was a good co-host, I would have cut you a piece earlier when I saw it sitting out there.
Beats paying for.
Wait, Jordan, what? Can you elaborate?
Oh my
Orange
gosh.
soda? Like, wait a minute, what?
What the hell?
Can you? I need the article. Elaborate, please. Bryce, I didn't. Because I didn't want to. I just forgot. I will watch it today, probably. I got it, and I think I was in the middle of something. I was like, I'll go see what Bryce is talking about later. And then I forgot.
Have you been keeping up with the Roman and Sammy stuff still?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So after whatever the next pay-per-view is, just Cody versus Roman, that's it?
It looks like it, because they're starting to build towards it. Jordan, you can't drop a line like that and leave. You've got to fill me. You've got to fill me in on the rest.
Don't tell me we got to cancel that.
We'll just spend the next 10 minutes on orange soda before Ham gets here.
Like, in what version of orange soda? Like, just orange soda in general? Crush?
It's got to be Fanta.
Fanta?
It's just syrup.
Got to find some place in the office to take a picture with my guy's gear on today.
Fanta is by far the best one, too.
I say my guy. Like, I can't get this dude to respond to my DMs.
Who's that?
Laney, the actively black.
Oh.
This is the first time. This might be all our wear from now on, man. This gear is legit.
Some good stuff.
Wonder if we could get him to make D'Lo and Casey gear. Probably not, but George just in here saying weird shit. I can neither confirm nor deny. All right.
My favorite tidbit that I learned in high school.
I'm gonna Google
in history class is they used to put Coke and Coca-Cola in McDonald's French fries.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know about French fries. I just searched black people in orange soda.
Oh, jeez. Oh, boy.
I just wanted to see a brief history of racist soft drinks. A lot of people know how Coca-Cola used to contain cocaine, or how Pepsi was the hip drink in the 60s. If you realize that Coke marketed exclusively to whites, while Pepsi hired a Negro markets department.
Oh, my gosh.
Y'all got to stop. You got to stop doing this.
Shout out to David Jackson, Chris Berman. Fittingly, they served orange soda at Honest Abe's birthday in the chat.
See, Jordan Meeks was being a smart ass, and now he's got me like Googling the history of soft drinks and black people. So maybe Mountain Dew's history isn't so much racist as it is classist. This is an article I'm reading in the Atlantic. This is true story, but I don't see anything about orange soda.
What did they say about Mountain Dew?
Well, hang on. Let me go back.
That's probably not fair. That's a lot to read.
Let's see. Mountain Dew, for instance, originally based its entire brand around making fun of poor Appalachians, also known as hillbillies.
What?
In the late 40s and early 50s, its label featured the official Mountain Dew mascot, Willie the Hillbilly, and the slogan, Yahoo!
Oh, boy. Okay.
Oh, okay. Pepsi bought Mountain Dew in 1964 and changed its image over the years, most recently as Game Fuel. So, and that's where the line. So maybe Mountain Dew's history isn't so much racist as it is classist. Really is wild that cocaine used to have, or that Coke used to have cocaine in it.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Are we positive it still doesn't?
No. No, we're not.
Did they just change caffeine's name? Was it really? Yeah, just okay. It's not cocaine anymore. It's caffeine. Just call it that.
Right. Yeah, we are not sure.
Oh, come
Shout out to
on,
Mr.
man.
Lemanoff. Shout out to Mr. Lemanoff. That's what I do remember about that class. He told in American history in high school, sophomore year. No, I think it was junior year. Coca-Cola, and like I said, McDonald's French fries. A little bit of Coke in it.
Bro, as soon as James gets here, I'm out.
Oh, no.
I got to read this. I got it. Fried chicken, watermelon, and the origins of racist food stereotypes. You know what newspaper that's printed in? The Boston Globe.
Oh my God.
You can best believe I'm reading every second of this article. Blame Jordan Meeks. We were just minding our own business, having fun.
Minding our own business, eating chocolate cake.
Every once in a while. And that's a shoot. He really is eating chocolate cake. There's no weird connotation behind that. He literally went to the kitchen and
I used to always get that confused, like the shoot and work, but shoot is real.
Shoot is
work
real.
is fake.
Yes. Yep.
For those who don't know.
Sometimes we just talk in wrestling language. I don't know that I answered I don't even know that either one of us answered this question before James joins us here in a few minutes. And I'm sure James will be pretty happy that his boy Patrick Mahomes won another title. Next year.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? Obviously, you got the 49ers. Did you say the 49ers and Chiefs?
Yeah, it's 40. No, it's all for fun because there's so many things that go down. But my first thought is the 49ers and the Bengals.
So I was thinking about the Bengals last night. Like they're gonna be back in this.
I think they're ready.
But it's Bengals,
this is their time.
Chiefs, Bengals.
Where
did the Bengals? Did they lose in the AFC Championship? Where did they lose?
AFC Championship. Yeah,
they're gonna get there again. That's what I keep thinking about the 49ers. Like they're just gonna get there again.
Well, look, Kansas City gonna get there again 6 times in a row.
I mean, if Patrick Mahomes is what you say he is, then they might.
I know.
They might.
I know. They did a power rankings on ESPN.com for next year's, for just, way too early power rankings.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the top 4, were the Chiefs 1, Eagles 2, Niners 3, Bengals 4.
So the Eagles 2, even though.
Yeah. And look, the Eagles, I like their roster. I'm just really when I say this, I'm going off of what the streets in Philly are saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard them say multiple times, like, this was a big year for them to get it done this year, because I don't know what it is, but they're like, the roster is going to look a lot.
Maybe that's them
year.
Just being annoying ass fans.
Well, they're always that. They're always that. But they were talking about how the roster is going to look a lot different this year. Like things lined up this year financially and, talent-wise with the roster, but a lot of the guys that they like on this roster that are big time, they're gonna have to do some stuff. Part of me, I'm not sure. Part of me thinks maybe Jalen Hurts' contract extension begins. I think that's kind of what they're alluding to. And I didn't know he got one. But they mentioned I got to look at that because they mentioned like, yeah, Jalen's money. You got Jalen's money to worry about after this year. So I don't know.
I don't
know if he's going to sign one this year or what. I don't know, this off season or whatever the case may be. But they've got some.
He just finished the 3rd season of a 4-year contract.
So he's got.
So next year he'll be cheap.
It'll be like
Nick and they'll
Bosa,
have to
right?
Sign him. Yeah.
Nick Bosa is going to sign the extension. He'll be good next year.
Yeah.
But the $31 million a year starts the following year.
Is that right, Jesse? Did we get that right?
Yeah, he'll need a contract this season because he doesn't have a 5th-year option since he's a 2nd rounder.
Ah, good call.
Oh, so
good call.
He doesn't have the 5th-year option.
Yeah, according to Spotrac, this is his last year coming up, and then he's a free agent unless he gets a deal, of course.
Or it's one more alternative.
Franchise him. You think Lamar?
Boyd, I'd feel some type of way if Jalen got franchised. Do I think Lamar stays? Yeah. What else are they going to do? Like, it's clear they don't believe in him. That's clear. That's crystal clear. but they also have a top tier quarterback that they can get for what, $35 million?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Oh, you did it again. Okay. Another year, we'll have a top tier quarterback for $42 million. Okay. And at some point over these next 2 years, they'll draft a quarterback. Then Jalen will walk, and he'll have the Kirk Cousins deal, and hopefully he can sign a 3-year deal like Kirk Cousins did, and then wind up having guaranteed money for 5 years straight like Kirk Cousins did.
I wish Lamar would hold out. Doesn't seem like he's going
I
to.
wish he would too.
But I wish he'd say, I'm not playing for the franchise tag. Either pay me or I won't play. Simple as that.
No, me too.
Bryce,
I also wish he'd find someone with more leverage to represent him.
He's the leverage. We talk about this all the time, though. We
just don't agree on it. That's all.
I understand what you're saying, but in this particular case, he's the leverage. And the fact that they almost fell apart last year when he was gone, that's the leverage.
They should have already known that. A deal should have already been done.
They know that. They just don't want to sign him. They don't want to give him the money.
Because they think he's going to crack.
And that's where you don't fold, you don't crack. You make them blink first.
And this is and reason 10 why he needs to sit out. He needs to stop returning calls. Go to Instagram and take the Ravens off your freaking page.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to do all of that stuff.
Work for Kyler and Debo.
It works for everybody.
Bryce in the chat, he says the Eagles are going to lose players because all their top tier players are old.
Maybe are they going to die? Like, what? Wait a minute.
He says Kelsey, Lane Johnson, Cox, Sue, and Graham are all
Johnson.
over 33 years old.
Yeah. I get that.
I still think Philly's going to be good, though. Like, I know, I was talking earlier and having fun with it. I don't think they're going to fall off a cliff, mainly because they have that quarterback there. I think
New York Giants going to ascend to the top of that division?
I don't know. I don't think so. I still think it's between the Eagles and the Cowboys.
Did I read this? Had to have been I think Florio said Eric Bieniemy is going to interview in Washington, and I thought, wait, did they fire Ron Rivera? No, he's just going there to interview. What was he going to interview for, something else?
I think it was like offensive coordinator.
Like, yeah, Eric. Hey, get Eric Bieniemy on the phone. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't willingly go work for the Washington football team. When you can work with Andy Reid.
My first thought there is, I don't think that he would ever really take that job. I think.
Why would you even take the interview?
Well, maybe he feels like that's what he has to do. You got to take these interviews. You got to get in front of these people.
For an OC?
I know. I'm just saying. I saw something where I think Andy Reid.
Bro, I've been to 3 Super Bowls. I don't need an interview.
Yeah. That's what it said. I read it wrong. It said Andy Reid hopes if Eric Bieniemy leaves, he will run the show elsewhere. There's been questions about whether or not Andy Reid is coming back next year. He said he is coming back next year. But at this point, if I was Andy Reid, I'd say, Eric, just stay here until I leave. I got 2-3 years more left.
Yeah, but what if he has like 5 or 8? How old is Andy Reid?
How old is he?
I mean, Andy Reid's been coaching. I'm going to go in his 60s, but
65 in March.
65. And you want to keep going just because you're a competitor. But at this point, Andy Reid's done it all. He's multiple time Super Bowl champion. His career speaks for itself. He's one of the great coaches in the history of the game. I mean,
I think he's in rarefied air as a coach.
Yeah, like he's one of them guys. So if I'm Andy Reid, I don't need to be around here until I'm 75. I'm solidified. I'm verified.
What the hell is
Eric,
James? Just dawned on me.
You knew you were going to ask about Terence Davis. He said, I ain't doing that.
It must have.
But yeah, if I'm Andy, because Eric, it's getting ridiculous at this point. It's getting ridiculous that he can't even get an interview for a head coaching job.
Yeah, and did he interviewed this cycle? I just don't remember.
Eric did?
I think he did.
I don't think he did.
No?
I don't think he had any interviews this time around. So I would tell him, I'd be like,
he had one.
I ain't gonna be here for no more than 3 more years. Stick around I'm gonna hand it off to you. They don't
It's
want
not
to give
his
you a
call
job, so-
though. Like he has to get like. I mean, I don't. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
that's not.
yeah, I
that's
get
not.
it.
That's not his call. Like that has to be something put into place. That's. I
Mhm.
mean, it was Jerry's call for Jason Garrett
Mhm.
to
True.
get that. Jesse.
Bieniemy just interviewed with the Colts this offseason.
Ah,
just
yeah,
that
you're
one
right,
team.
Okay,
you're right.
that was the
Both
one.
of you guys are
All
right. Yeah. I forgot about that Colts interview.
Who's have they? I don't. Have they hired anyone?
Well,
They're
they're
gonna
about to
be-
hire the Eagles guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then Arizona's
offensive
going to
coordinator.
interview the defensive
Right.
coordinator for the Eagles.
why not hire the guy that lost,
Not the guy that won.
not the guy who's won a couple?
Yeah. Speaking of that Washington OC job,
Ridiculous.
Greg Roman looks like he's getting that job. I think he's either interviewing or he's like the favorite.
Okay.
Only notable because he was famed 49ers offensive coordinator and then went to Baltimore and did a great job with Lamar in that run game.
Was he the Rutgers coach?
No, that was Schiano.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that was a mess. Oh, that was a
When they were
disaster.
in victory formation.
Oh,
Schiano.
that was so bad. That was so bad. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. As we welcome in our 1320 Kings
Hey.
Insider.
You said, well, you got a little ambiance back there?
Oh, I do have the neon lights on behind me.
Yeah, you got a little
Yeah.
ambiance
Yeah,
back there.
let's see. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
That's nice. That's a nice touch right there. Yeah, that's got to stay on every time now.
At the red light. I forgot about that. I also have a Newcastle neon over on the other side of my bar. That's funny. I forgot those were on.
One day we'll just get you to turn the camera around so people can say, because I don't think people get like when James says the bar. No, he literally
Look at
just
that
has a
bar.
bar like
Look at that
on
bar.
like
That's-
look at
Oh,
that.
hell yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Like and Ham's not a poor schmuck like me who goes back there and pours his own drinks. No. He just gets bartenders that he knows to come over and work for tips, and you get dope drinks all night when you're at James's
That's a hell of a
house.
setup right there.
Yeah, I live a good lifestyle up here.
That's why I said after I went to James's house, every joke I tell about Kenny's house and the armed security and the acreage and that's actually James's house. Yeah, you show up at the door, armed security. Who are you here for? I'm here to see James Ham. All right, go through, but don't
Yeah.
act up.
They talk about the long driveway guys. I have a long entryway. I'm a long entryway guy.
Yeah, it
That's
goes
big
for a
money,
while.
man.
It goes for a while. James, let's start with this because I brought it up at the beginning of the show. I need you to admit to everyone watching and listening that Terence Davis is playing great basketball right now.
Love it. Terrence is playing great basketball.
All right.
Yeah, I actually I went over to Terrence in pregame on Saturday and said, "Hey, everything good? You ready to step in with Monk out?" He's like, "Yep, I'm always ready." And I'm like, "All right, sounds good." You know, he's like, he's like, whether I play a bunch of minutes or a few minutes, I'm always ready. I'm like, "All right, good show." I'm like, "Hey, hit the first one." He smiled. I'm like, "You're always better when you get that first one to go down." He's like, all right. Yep.
Now, the thing with Terrence that we talked about is he is always ready, whether, he executes and makes his shots or all this other stuff. But he is a guy, and this is why I like him. He's always ready to compete, always ready to compete. And, you saw it on Saturday, not only with the way he was scoring, but his defense against Luka. Luka, that was almost the definition, no disrespect to Terence Davis, it just is what it is, of too small. Like Luka would back him down, make a spin move, and get an easy layup. But that didn't deter Terence Davis from the next time down. Yep, I'm at him. You know what I'm saying? I'm at him. He never got deterred. He's always ready to compete, and that's what I love from having him on the court. And then if his shot's falling, now he's really dynamic if he's got that going on.
Yeah, you know what? Like, I don't think that Terrence has done anything wrong really to fall out of the rotation. He is a guy that, like, you have to tell him a couple of times. You got to really work with him on play sets and on rotations and on all that stuff. If the ball is in his hands, he's really good. If he is on ball as a defender, he's really good. Or at least he's good enough. It's the other times. He's learning how to play off ball. He's learning how to play in rotations and all that stuff. So the problem that he has, if I'm really going to point it out, it's not really him. It's that Malik Monk is a more mature version of him. He's a guy with more experience that does the same things that he does. Maybe Monk is a better creator for others. But you can see Terence Davis has that skill as well. The problem is that very few times you see a team who allows two of at least good teams. They don't usually have two of those guys on the court. And so Terence has just kind of been the odd man out, because when you have players who are high energy, super exciting, big athletic dunkers, and they're a lot of fun, but they also make plenty of mistakes, you don't have two of those guys playing. And he's been unfortunately the guy who's been left out with Monk coming aboard this offseason.
Takeaways from we can go weekend overall. Obviously we had two very different games on Friday and Saturday, but seeing how the Kings responded on Saturday, what are your biggest takeaways from this short little mini series with the Dallas Mavericks?
Okay, so number one, I'll make this claim right now. That was probably the biggest win in 16 years for that team on Saturday night. And to be honest with you too, I think that was probably the biggest moment for De'Aaron Fox in his career, where you piggybacked a team. You said, I'm going to take you home. And to me, that was one of the most spectacular performances. He showed that night, anyone who was watching, I am just as good as any of these other All-Stars. Yeah. And it just flat out, like, you want to talk about Kyrie, you want to talk about Luka, you want to even talk about Domas, I'm the guy. And what a performance by him. And I think something that people miss, that was the third game in 4 nights. It was a back-to-back. I mean, the Kings, not only was it the third game in 4 nights, but the first game was in Houston. He's coming off the birth of his son. He's got all kinds of crazy sleep patterns and things going on. His off-the-court life is wild. His last 3 games, he's combined to score 100 points. And that's just, like, he's shown up. He figured it out. He locked in, and he figured out, like, if we're going to be this team in this time, I've got to go out and be this player. And he basically won 2 games out of the 3. And his performance, 26 points in the fourth quarter and overtime session combined, 8 free throws made in the overtime session, 14 points in the overtime session, which is an all-time Kings record that broke Page's record from, I think it's 2001 in Brooklyn. Yeah, he's absolutely well-deserving of that all-star spot, and I'm really happy for him that he had that kind of performance against big-time players.
And that's not even mentioning, James, what he did on Friday in the loss. They didn't lose because of him. 33 on the night, did everything he could late in that game to bring him up on both sides of the floor, right? Like, he was scoring, and I thought the defense that he played on Kyrie Irving when they were trying to make a little mini comeback in that fourth quarter, I thought that was potentially, if they could have hit a couple other shots, that would have been one of the stories if they were able to come back and win that game that night. So he is playing as well as he's ever played in his career. He is, I talked about it, I think last week or maybe the last time when we were all together, and it's just like he's at a place where it's all come together. Like, it's his mental is there. He knows exactly what he wants to do on the floor, the spots he wants to get to, the shots that are his shots. Like, he has go-to moves, go-to shots, go-to spots on the floor, and he knows how to get there, and nobody can stop him right now. And then you talk about what he does in the fourth quarter, and now that just elevates the profile, because now you're doing it when them lights are on and you're not afraid, man. I've never seen him play this good before.
Yeah, at the end of the third quarter on Saturday night, I think I even tweeted out the Kings are going to need fourth quarter Fox if they're going to win this one. And sure enough, I mean, my goodness, he was so good. Yeah, just he's got this ability to go wherever he wants on the court, and it's very few players. And if you really talk, like Kyrie is that guy as well. He can get wherever he wants. That layup that Kyrie hit late in the game was just spectacular. That's an interesting vibe too around that team. I just tell you that the Dallas Mavericks are like a very, very strange experiment that's happening, and there are a lot of players there that were very excited on Friday night that that Kyrie was the guy leading him into the game and not Luka. And he's a guy that I think eventually there will be a moment where you have to make a decision on like revamping rosters and stuff, because I don't think a lot of players love to play alongside him. It's just too much him, and it's tough.
Let me ask you about, while we're talking about Dallas real quick, Ham, like, did your thoughts about them change over the weekend? Because it did for me. I saw what they could be with the way they played. I mean, you got Kyrie and Luka, and then you've got the way that offense runs, where I talked about it earlier, James. They know they want to get the corner threes, and they get them. They get the corner threes all the time. And if Josh Green is hitting, Christian Wood is doing something off the bench, this team, I thought before, we saw them play a game, that the ceiling of what they could be was raised when they got Kyrie, but I had to see it, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, they got a little something. They got something.
They do. Like if you let Kyrie run the offense for long stretches, I think they're still trying to figure out like their substitution patterns in the first game. And that's what we're seeing. Like the first game with those two together, the Kings really got like a look at it. And late in the game, they're running a two-man game. Like, that was incredible. Like, that team has a ton of potential. But on top of that, they got a bunch of pieces they got to fill out. You had good games from JaVale McGee. You had good games from Christian Wood. Yeah, like, some of those guys, like, stepped up. But, like, those aren't anchors for the franchise that are going to be there long-term. The two guys that are going to be there, I think, in their mind, hopefully, for their sake, is Kyrie and Luka, and they're going to have to find ways to make them like how to stay on the court together, especially late in the game. And if you're the Kings, like you're smiling, like go ahead, Fox, do whatever you want. You're going up against Luka and Kyrie. On one end, it's very difficult. On the other end, it's not at all. Like those guys aren't great defenders, and you can do a lot of different things against them. So, yeah, I mean, we're only seeing the beginning of that team. Who knows where they end up, especially with Kyrie being a free agent this summer. But there's potential there. They just need a bunch of other pieces. They kind of need like Dorian Finney-Smith and Spencer Dinwiddie back in order to make that whole thing work. They need another scorer. They need another defender. And that's kind of where I thought watching them play on both Friday and Saturday. And shout out to my guy, Gary St. Jean. Oh, man. Like, people should know, Gary St. Jean is one of the absolute gems of the NBA. He's one of the nicest men you're ever going to meet. And his son, Greg St. Jean, who used to be a development coach for the Kings, is like Jason Kidd's right-hand man in Dallas. He's an up-and-coming coach. But to see Gary there both on Friday and Saturday night, former Kings head coach that led the Kings to the 95-96 playoffs, and just really one of the genuine, like, amazing dudes you're going to run into.
Very good stuff indeed. Going back to De'Aaron, you talk about that performance that he had, and Kenny brought this up earlier, and I couldn't agree more. We're obviously focusing on everything that he did offensively in the fourth quarter and in overtime, which was just spectacular. He was really, really good on the defensive end as well.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was amazing. The last like 3 games, we've seen him be really, really active. It started with the Jalen Green game. Jalen Green lit the Kings up for 41 in that second matchup. And like, I thought Fox took on the challenge late. Once a guy gets hot and he's hitting everything from the perimeter, it's really, really difficult. But I thought we saw the energy and activity level. Also, I'm going to be writing on this probably for tomorrow. There's something about this team that I think is unique and different, and it pertains to Fox. they are all bought into fourth quarter Fox. Even like I asked Keegan Murray on Friday night, I think he had 16 points at the end of the third quarter and never took another shot. He's the guy who got hot in the third and actually gave him a shot in the game to come back. And he's like, "Oh, no, the fourth quarter, that like we got like the best scorer in the league in the fourth quarter. He's supposed to do that in the fourth quarter, and if I get an open three, I need to hit it. But no, that's what it's Fox time. Like I understand that, and that's kind of the vibe that you're getting from this team, that they're waiting. I don't know if they're even waiting. They're all empowering Fox to be that guy in the fourth quarter, and it starts at the top, and it goes to every man on the roster. They all see what's happening. They know that he's storing up and waiting for the fourth quarter, and then they're relying on him, and they're setting picks, and they're getting him looks, and they're running with him. They're filling the lanes so he has spacing. It's really interesting to watch a team sort of hand themselves over to a specific player, because like we've never really had that in Sacramento. Even during the Cousin era, there were times where you fed him a whole bunch of times in a row, but we're seeing the team like consciously make the decision to like do everything they can to fill up their stats in the first three quarters, and when they get to the fourth, it's like, okay, he's going to take us home.
Is there, because you've seen Fox's entire career, and you've always talked about, and I've seen it, you talk about how confident he is, right? Do you see another level of confidence to his game late in these late game situations in the fourth quarter? I look at something as simple as the way it used to frustrate me, and I think he did this while we were on the air, but late in games when it was fouling time for the other team, De'Aaron Fox would take the ball out. And I'm like, no, you're the point guard. Go get the basketball, get to the free throw line, put the game away. And he wouldn't do that. And now, I mean, he's chomping at the bit to get to the free throw line in every single moment. And that goes into him taking these late game shots and having the confidence. Do you see him with more confidence this year? And I only ask that because I think we've all looked at De'Aaron Fox as a very confident ball player since the day he stepped into Sacramento, but it looks different now.
You know what? It just feels like we saw it early in the season, but he grew up. That's what it feels like. It feels like the whole time, like we've been waiting for this moment where a young player, like every player kind of matures at a different time and a different level, and like you're hoping for like this epiphany moment, and he just seemed to have it. Like early in the season, I thought, holy cow, look how good he is. And we talked about it so many times, like that everything seems to be coming together. It's the right coach at the right time. He just got married. He's got a baby on the way. Now, we're looking at a young father. We're seeing like all of the pieces fall into place for someone who is, like the natural progression of a person as much as it is a player. And I think what we're seeing is just really, it's the beginning. He's understanding the responsibility of being that guy and of being the guy that your team counts on to do something like this. And not just for, in a 30-win season, you got to show up, 25 times and do it. We're seeing that he's starting to understand that it has to be almost every night. And it doesn't have to be 30 points, but you got to give something great on every night, whether it's assists or whether it's defense or a combination of a bunch of things. He's finding that, he can be impactful in every single game. It's really fun to watch. It's fun to watch a young guy mature, go from a 19-year-old kid to like a 25-year-old adult, and watch every step of his career, every game he's ever played, and start to see like the fruits of his labor and the fruits of the labor of the people around him that have really put so much time and energy into him sort of pay off. It's really fun to see.
Hammer, you agree with our man Alex here on youtube.com/ESPN1320. It all started with that Orlando game winner.
Maybe, but like it feels like all of the games run in together at some point. Like when you're there every day and you're covering every single game like we do, like you could point to even what you're talking about, Kenny. I'll tie the free throw in thing together. Like there's a point where like De'Aaron Fox stepping to the line, needing 1 out of 3 just to tie it and 2 out of 3 to win it against Houston on Wednesday night. that was a shaky proposition. And he stepped up. He hit all three. Well, look what that looked like on Saturday night, where they kept fouling him and he went 8 of 8 from the line in the overtime session. So we're seeing the natural progression of a player, but we're seeing it in these like little bits of pieces where you see a guy take steps and like start to, show just, again, you're just a much different player, a much different person when you're 19 than when you are 25. And he's learned how to, eat better. He's learned how to get better, sleep patterns, and he's learned how to be an adult. And I really do think that it's fun to watch sort of the maturation of a player.
Do you guys remember how the season started? You remember opening night? And I remember because I was going out of town and I was driving to San Francisco to SFO, and I was listening to D-Lo and KC. I was listening to my main man Damian Barling and James Ham talk about the previous night's game, and they had callers call in, and they're like, "This Fox, come crunch time, he plays this selfish ball. He had 3 turnovers at the end of the game, and then what was that little sorry shot he took in the corner trying to play hero ball?" My, oh my, how things have changed for some people, because who else would you rather have with the ball making decisions in crunch time? But that's how the season started. Like I'm thinking about like some of the things that have gone on this year. And that was the first game of the season, that game against Portland, where they blew that lead at the end. I think De'Aaron Fox still had I want to say 11 in the fourth quarter or something like that. But he had 3 turnovers. And he did miss the final shot that went in and out 4 times and popped out, or whatever the case may be, to lose that game. And a lot of people were questioning, we need a closer. Like, this guy isn't it. Now you've got arguably the best closer in the game today right now.
Yeah, and I'll even bring up this question from Leezy in the chatty house. Do you realistically think the Kings could beat the Mavs in the playoffs? I do. And I'll tell you why. First of all, I still think the Kings are going to make some adjustments to the roster between now and the end of the season. There's going to be a way for them to add at least one piece. So you could try to clear up some of the issues that you have as far as, defending in the post. But the biggest reason why is because Mike Brown has faced the Mavs, and he knows how to game plan for a player like Luka, or specifically Luka. He also knows how to game plan against a guy like Kyrie Irving. He's been there. He knows. So that's why regular season Mike Brown is great, right? We're excited that he's a guy who's running this team in a different way than we've seen in the past. Even, we can talk about Wednesday, they beat the Rockets, they flew home. They had practice on Thursday before a back-to-back. That's never happened before. I've never seen that before at all. He's just on them all the time. But I bring this up because he keeps saying, these are the things that we have to learn now, so when we get to the playoffs, we actually have a shot. And Mike Brown, at this point, he's not out there publicly saying it, but I guarantee you that Mike Brown isn't looking at the playoffs as a one and done thing. Hey, let's just get there. That's not what Mike Brown's here for. Mike Brown is here to win. And so, yeah, I do think that they will know how to play Dallas in the playoffs. They will have ideas of how to slow down Luka, or even if Luka goes nuts, slow down the other guys. There's going to be nights where you just can't stop a guy. And one of those guys, but Dallas can't stop De'Aaron. Dallas struggles with Sabonis. If Sabonis doesn't get in foul trouble, you're going to be okay. These are things that the Kings have that they don't have as well. They don't have another player like Harrison Barnes. They don't.
Yeah, if it looked like Dallas got tired at the end of that Saturday night game. You really go back to the beginning of overtime. I think they came out trying to shoot threes and short, and it became pretty apparent early if Sacramento can take advantage on the offensive end, they're going to win this game because they've got no legs left, and that included Luka Doncic, by the way. So I think going back to the Dallas Mavericks conversation, you saw a lot of good in the Kyrie-led Mavericks. I think you saw a lot of good in the Kyrie Luka Doncic. led Mavericks. But I also think if you're going to poke holes in this deal, in this roster, you're able to do that as well because you have the example of a 52-minute game. Now, granted, there won't be a ton of those, but they lost their legs late in regulation, and that carried over into overtime. You start stacking games against the same team, whether it's Sacramento or another one. I do think Dallas is going to have some difficulties in the postseason. I see a lot of good in them, mainly because of Kyrie Irving and obviously the talent that Luka is. But I also see the faults in them as well.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me a little bit of what's happening in Phoenix, where everyone just like all the betting lines changed so dramatically when the Kevin Durant trade went down. And Matt, like I know KD's incredible, but KD's also hurt all the time. And he's 34 years old and he's had an Achilles injury. He's still out with a knee injury. And you gave up like a really, really a star in his role player in Mikal Bridges. You gave up a really good young player in Cam Johnson. And then on top of that, you gave up 4 first-round picks and 2 pick swaps and Jay Crowder, which they flipped and got 5 second-round picks for. And then we hear that Memphis offered, 4 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges. Mm-hmm. Could you imagine making a trade where you get Cam Johnson and 8 first-round picks and 5 second-round picks and 2 pick swaps?
Jeez.
Like, seriously?
What do you do with that?
I don't know, but at the same time, like, there's nothing to say that this will work out at all in Phoenix. KD is fine. Again, Devin Booker's a really nice player. Chris Paul went out and got old, like the rest of us did. And, Ayton is a perfectly fine player, but now they have a bunch of holes in their roster. They gave up 2 starting forwards. And, so we'll have to see how they look come playoff time. But I relate them very similar to Dallas, where it's like everyone pushes all in, but okay, that's fine. That just because you made a big trade doesn't guarantee anything.
James Ham, Kings Beat, ESPN 1320 Kings Insider. We'll come back, James. I want to talk more specifically. I want to talk about Trey Lyles and really that bench overall and the impact that they've had on the team so far this year. And we'll do that when we return here. D-Lo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Clear. How was your weekend, Hammer?
Good. Yeah, Super Bowl was fun. We had a lot of food. There's a lot of food here at the Ham House. I don't know how that happened. Well, we just kept buying food, I guess. And then other people brought food, and the next thing you know, we have way too much food. But yeah, we had a good time. It was
good stuff.
Yeah. And my guy Patrick Mahomes got his Super Bowl. So, yep.
That's your guy.
That's my guy. Yeah.
It's about to go crazy. It's about to go crazy in the NBA. NBC Sports is prepared to make an aggressive offer to win back NBA rights after more than 20 years without them.
Wow.
The NBA can't begin formal negotiations with companies other than Warner Brothers, Discovery, and Disney before April 2024, unless they waive their exclusive negotiation rights. Disney is expected to bid on the NBA to keep the games on ESPN and ABC. Apple and Amazon have already expressed interest in buying rights to the NBA, sources said. It's about to go crazy.
The money is going to go wild. The salary cap is going to go wild.
It's about to be great.
Yes.
Man, oh man.
Bring back Round Ball Rock, little John Tesh.
I remember Round Ball Rock. Oh, that's the name of the song?
Yeah.
You know who uses that? FS1. For college basketball.
Okay.
Doesn't hit
yeah. Damn, John Tesh just licensing it off to people.
Doesn't hit the same for Providence against UConn.
Yeah, not the same. Not the same.
I did talk to Kevin Herter yesterday.
Hey.
I said, so you're going to be in 3-point shootout? He goes, nothing official. Big smile on his face. So good for Kevin.
Oh, that reminds me. Wanted to ask you. Okay, I'll ask you when we get back, just so you can say it on the air about Malik and what we all think will happen. But
Yeah.
I wonder if they would ever do like ABC and NBC being a part of this.
Maybe because the NFL does.
ABC, ESPN, CBS, NBC, ABC, ESPN, and TNT.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean that is basically what the NFL does, right?
Yeah.
They got what? Yeah,
NBC. It's the same
4.
one, and then
they got 4 because they got NBC, Fox, CBS, and ESPN.
Oh yeah.
Plus, I don't know if you guys saw, they also have this
and
issue.
Amazon.
Yeah, and Amazon. But they also have the issue that the company that ended up with like 20 of the RSNs is failing miserably.
That didn't seem like it was going to work from the start.
Yeah, so you have to wonder, like, does the NBA care that's happening? That the regional network guys are struggling?
The killer for NBC, which it wouldn't matter, I guess, but they don't have NBC Sports anymore. They don't have that channel anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that doesn't take much to fire up another one.
Other games on, but
yeah,
a while ago,
yeah,
a couple years.
No, it's been about a year. Maybe it might have been less than a year. It was relatively soon, but I mean, then they got Peacock.
Oh, premium.
It's not great. No, it's not great.
Did you see who's in the 3-point contest?
Mm-mm.
You want to hear it now or on the
Kevin? Yeah, you can tell me on the air. I mean, Shavano's in it, I'm assuming. So Kevin, Shavano, Dame.
3.
Now you can tell me on the air.
Don't spoil it in the chat. They go down.
I think it's up.
114 before.
I thought it was 112 last year.
Like I have Peacock and I watch it all the time because we watch soccer. So people are like, it's just not a good platform. Like,
no, it's not.
There's a couple of the platforms that, like, because I have them all, they just don't understand. They're a mess.
It's wonky.
Yeah, and the WWE network does not help.
Yeah. Well, that and like you can start a show and then if it won't save your spot.
Right.
And then it gets lost in your shuffle. It doesn't like even populate in your most watched shows or whatever. And you're like, oh, come on now. Now I got to go look for it every time. Yeah, and people with Dish, they dropped like local a long time ago. I don't understand why anyone at this point is not using Sling or YouTube TV or whatever, because it's $100 cheaper a month.
Hang on, Hammer. We're coming back.
Yep.
Some nerd notes for sports media junkies. Fox Sports PR is pushing out that the Super Bowl scored 113 million viewers. Ranks as the third most watched TV show ever. I think it's a bit of a stretch to call it a TV show.
Is the final episode of MASH #1 still? They used to say that forever.
I would think it has to be.
I can't believe it. How could it have more? How the final episode of MASH got more than 113 viewers?
Less channels.
Viewers.
Have you ever watched the final episode of MASH?
No, I used to watch MASH every now and then.
You know what?
We
were talking about this. We were talking about that theme music made me cringe. I don't know why, but
have you ever heard
hated it.
The lyrics to the MASH theme song?
No, I feel there's a story behind it though, right?
It's literally suicide is painful.
Oh,
it brings on many changes.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you should probably listen. That's a dark theme song.
Well, that explains why I hated the sound of it. No. Dun,
they
dun, 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 dun. Yeah,
made a good
drove
show
me
out of it. It was
nuts.
seemingly a dark experience.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's
It was
yeah, it's
terrible.
heavy.
But go ahead.
You guys got to stop saying stuff that makes me look things up in the middle of the show.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The series finale. Jesse, do you have the number?
Yeah, it averaged at 105.9 million, and then it peaked at 121.6 million.
That's crazy.
120.
Wow.
It's a show.
Far away
Yeah.
from the Super Bowl, ain't even close.
It's a show that captured like the feelings of so many people, just like the entire show, because you're dealing with wartime, and yeah, it was wild.
And it was a
Such a
comedy.
great show.
It was a comedy.
Yeah.
That show aired for 11 seasons starting in 1972.
Damn. Wow.
Sorry, let me y'all stop messing with me. Most watched Super Bowl in 6 years, most streamed Super Bowl ever, most streamed event in Fox Sports history. That's a low bar, but I guess put it on here. So 113 million for the Super Bowl.
Wow. Went up again. Nothing I was gonna say. With
The Nash theme song is stuck in my head because of you two jerks.
no, it used to come on Channel 31. I used to
Of
always
course,
watch it.
because wrestling was on.
But it would come on late night though.
Mm-hmm.
Wrestling wasn't on late night unless you were on NBC.
No, I think MASH should be on sometimes in the morning too.
Yeah, my grandma used to watch this all the time, and I watched a ton of MASH and a ton. I've seen every Perry Mason ever. Yeah.
Damien, you want to hear the 3-point contestants?
Yes.
Confirmed?
So Kevin Herter now confirmed for the 3-point contest. We know
Confirmed.
Shavano is in it.
Shavano's in
We
it.
know Dame's in it.
Dame is in it.
And I think that's where the extent of my knowledge of who's in the
Yeah,
3-point
those
contest.
three from the Utah Jazz.
Okay.
Lori Marketing.
All right.
From the Portland Trailblazers, Anthony Simons.
Interesting. Okay.
And from the Indiana Pacers, number 0, Tyrese Halliburton is in the 3-point contest. Let's go.
Wait. Why?
I don't know.
So there's 2 Pacers in it in 2 Blazers?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Halliburton in there.
Good for
Hill in there
Tyrese.
going up against Kevin Herter. Kevin Herter, one-man wolf pack.
Okay, Herter beat them both. Beat them both. It's a handicap match. Got to beat them both. Got to beat them both. Come on.
That's funny.
It's the end of
I
the
hope
elimination
Herter.
chamber. Let's go, Kevin Herter.
I hope he finds his shot. Like, this is a good. He's going to be doing nothing but shooting threes for the next 5 days. Like, it should be interesting to see if he can find a shot.
Yeah. Speaking of finding their shot, did that pesky rookie wall pop up again? We saw Keegan Murray, and this was part of the Terence Davis conversation and part of the conversation about the bench that we'll get into here in just a second, James. But Keegan struggled. That resulted in Terence playing longer minutes, which I guess is good. I mean, Mike had a feel for the game. He knew he was going to stick with his hot hand. But another so-so outing from Keegan Murray on Saturday.
Yeah, we spoke to him today, and he's so even kill. He just really needs a mental break, like everyone does. And he talked about it, like everyone needs to get away. This has been really, really intense. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of learning, but it's also been really intense. And just the ability to step away from the game, even if you're to step away from a competitive game. That's not what the Rising Stars Challenge is going to be. It's going to be fun. It's going to be going out and just hooping. But I think his mom is flying out for All-Star Weekend, and then he's going to go catch his sister's game and then his brother's game and kind of do a little family trip and then race back. I think this is just going to be a great opportunity for all of these players to clear their mind and get ready for what should be a really, really wild and competitive final. What is it? 26 games that are left.
And the Kings, they still have more games than most, right? Like they got
I think they're
like
starting to catch up, aren't they?
4 games that they got to catch up for.
Yeah, they're still a little bit behind as far as games played. Especially, I feel
Yeah.
like the Clippers have played just a ton of games,
Yeah.
and the Kings had they have
Clippers have played 59 games.
And the Kings have played how many?
Yeah.
56.
Yeah, and there was a much larger disparity at one point. I think there was a 6-game difference between games played at one point.
And
So they
tomorrow's it, right? Like I'm not
tomorrow's
missing
it.
one.
No.
Tomorrow's it for the
And
Kings.
I think,
Yeah.
ironically, I think the Clippers play like 2 more times.
Yeah, because the All-Star break technically is until after Thursday night's game. So the Kings, they kind of stole a couple extra days here with the schedule.
Yeah, they got a nice long break.
Which is a good look considering on Friday night, Malik Monk goes down with a sprained ankle. So you could get, 3. I know he was at practice today. I don't see any reason why he should play tomorrow. I'd give him that whole All-Star break to recuperate and get that leg to get that ankle together.
Yeah, we did not see him today at practice. Mike Brown said that he had come in and had shot some with his development coach, but there was no practicing for him. It's interesting. The Kings have been guarded with their injury report. If we knew if this was like a grade 1, grade 2, or grade 3 ankle sprain, it would help us kind of tell you how long he's going to be out. So Mike Brown said he did not think that it was going to be a long-term thing, and he was hopeful that it wouldn't be a long-term thing. But, we know it's an ankle sprain, and a grade 3 ankle sprain is like between 8 and 12 weeks. That's how long that is. So a grade 2, you might be able to get back in 3 to 4 weeks. A grade 1, you might be 1 to 2 weeks. Just depends on how you deal with travel and everything else. I think the one other good thing is with the All-Star break, the Kings aren't going to be flying a whole bunch of places. So, it's possible that Malik goes with them to Phoenix, but it's also possible he doesn't. And the fewer, plane trips he takes over the next week, to 10 days, the better, because that's where you really can get some swelling and some things go a little haywire.
Yeah, the only thing that would have beat the current Kings schedule is if Tuesday's game had been at home.
Yeah,
they would have been kicking it. Well, talking about Malik here, Hammer, it felt like one of the big differences, if not the biggest difference, in the Friday-Saturday matchup was the performance of the bench. You have big-time performances with Terence Davis, which obviously we started the show with. And then Trey Lyles is really has been super consistent for this team and has been able to deliver when they needed him. But he also played in the 5 spot once Domas fouled out. And we've started to see that a little bit recently. Is it something you think we see more of in this final 20 some odd games of the season when the All-Star break is over?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't bolster the position at the trade deadline. So I still think, again, there might be a player that makes sense on the buyout market for the Kings that could pop up here in the coming days or maybe the next week, where you could see the Kings kind of jump at somebody that makes, again, they could fill a spot for them, even if it's not a heavy minute spot, but someone that gives you a different look than what you have right now. Players to look at that I've heard, very specifically, maybe a guy like Nerlens Noel, who's been caught up in this whole 4-team trade that went sideways, right? So, James Wiseman.
I think I knew he was a part of that.
He's not, but he is by proxy. So the Detroit Pistons, that's where he's at right now. They have Jalen Duren, they have Isaiah Stewart, and then they had traded for James Wiseman, and that deal was put on ice, and then it finally went through yesterday, which was a huge gamble by the Warriors, but one that they almost there's nothing they could do at this point. They're pot committed to that trade, and they can only hope that the league hammers the Blazers for what they did there. That was just some Bush League stuff. Sorry, my ice maker's on today. in the bar. Normally I shut it off.
Party at the Ham House. Let's
That's
go,
right.
baby.
I got to be ready for post game here. But Nerlens Noel is a guy that could be a buyout candidate for Detroit, and someone that may or may not fit into what the Kings are trying to do, or at least give them a different look. Someone that can actually block shots and get steals. And as far as players go, he's not one of someone I think is a game changer, but for this team. But it leads you back to like the Trey Lyles situation, and like Trey has been so good for them so many times. It's not every game, and he's coming off a 2-game stretch where he didn't play a ton and he didn't score at all in the last 2 games, but he just has an ability to come up in big moments. The 3-pointer from the top of the key, the big rebounds. Like, he just has that ability. He's a smart player. He doesn't make a bunch of mistakes. I would really like to see him play more 5 here in the second half of the season, just because I'm not sure that what you get out of the other options really helps you as much as, having more high basketball IQ players who can, like, multi-positional high basketball IQ players like Trey.
Hey, we talked about our main man, Kevin Huerter, being in the 3-point shootout. And as of late, he hasn't been able to hit the 3-ball. It's been a struggle for him. But he still found a way and finds a way to get his 15 points, 16 points on a night. I know you kind of been looking at that, Ham. Like, how important is that for him to still be able to be productive? I mean, he had the big offensive rebound and putback in the game on Saturday. And while he's looked at as a 3-point shooter, and that's his specialty for sure, I like that he finds a way to continue to find a way to get those points and be productive, even if the jump shot isn't falling necessarily.
Yeah, you can tell that he understands the jumpers on the fritz. So 15 points, 5 assists, 8 rebounds in the win over Dallas. He had 5 rebounds the night before. He's starting to show that, like, if it's not happening, he's going to go do some other things. He's going to try to go get to the free throw line, or he's going to go in the middle of the key and get a little fadeaway or something to fall. What I like about Huerter is, number one, he is 6'7", and I think people forget that all the time, that he's 6'7", because he primarily plays on the perimeter, and you don't see him go inside all that much. But when he gets in the key, he looks like a guy who's 6'7", and like at every gym in America, you're like, hey, that guy's just taller than everybody, and he scores. He has an uncanny ability to be impactful in the middle of the key, is what I'm saying. Like, it's not flashy. You're not going to see him do the Malik Monk crazy thing or what we saw from Kyrie the other night, but it's effective. He looks like a guy who is 6'7" and isn't that far below the rim. And to me, it's just like, you get 6'11" guys that don't look 6'11" when they're standing next to the rim because they can't score right next to the basket, and you're like shocked by it. But he looks like a guy, he plays as tall as he is in the key. So I hope that he continues to figure that out, because he should be more active as a cutter, and the shot's going to eventually fall. But I think just like every other Kings shooter at this point, he needs a break. He needs to rest his legs. He needs to, shoot a bunch of 3 balls over the next week, but also let his body heal. He's playing a lot of minutes, but also in a lot more pressure situations than he has in a lot of points in his career. He's being asked to do more than he was in Atlanta. And so I think we'll see a different Huerter in the second half of the season.
I think one good thing we talk about, whether it's Trey or Keegan going to rebound, Kevin Huerter going to rebound. Talked about fourth quarter Fox, Terence Davis. Like, this team keeps finding different ways to win. And we used these numbers earlier, Hammer. They scored 133 in overtime on Saturday night. They only hit 8 threes. They only had 22 assists. Both of those numbers are a far cry from the numbers we've been touting all year, where Kenny wants 12-plus made threes per game. I want 27, 28 assists or more per game. And the fact that they were able to go out there and beat a really talented Dallas Mavericks team just shows this is what good teams do. You find different ways to win the game. I think, let me double check the stat. Yeah, they absolutely blew the Mavericks out in terms of points in the paint, which is not a sentence we've uttered too many times, if at all, through this entire year.
Like 74 or
74 to 46. Found
That and
ways to get the job done.
Sabonis was in foul trouble and fouled out. So that's not how you got most of them. What did he finish with, 22? Yeah, I mean,
14, yep.
It does help that Fox is just absolutely money at the rim. He's absolutely money in the mid-range. His floater game is big. Herter's floater game is big. Keegan, we're starting to see him show flashes of some of the other things he could do. Again, Harrison Barnes is really impactful when he goes to the rim. This team has the ability to score in a lot of different ways. And they're back up to number 1 in the league in offensive rating. This is the best offense in the league right now. It's them and it's the Denver Nuggets who have been above everyone else for the last, almost since the start of the season. And their pace is slowed down, but their efficiency is right there. You wish more threes would fall. They have actually, you can look at the last 4 or 5 games. They've really struggled from the perimeter. And, they'll figure it out. Again, give them a week off. Give them 10 days off here to sort of rest up and get ready and let their bodies recover. And I think we'll see big things.
Hey, it feels like there's probably 10 different candidates for this, but Fox's steal and dunk in the fourth quarter last night, top 10 loudest moment at the Golden One Center. You've seen pretty much all of them. Top 10.
Yeah, that was nuts. I mean, again, hat tip to the crowd. We're up to 18,111, I think, every game, or 18,000.
Keep finding more room.
They keep stuffing more people in here because forever it was under 18,000, right? It was in the high 17s. All of a sudden now, the sellouts, and they feel like sellouts. Again, I talked to Gary St. Jean about that. I'm like, man, you're in for a treat. This place feels like Arco at this point. It's alive. It's starting to develop its own personality as far as a building, and it's fun. Every single night is just a barn burner and active, and the crowd is wild. I mean, I heard some boos. There were boos on Friday night. The fans were not happy about the 45-25 first quarter. I mean, they shouldn't have been.
Yeah, that's bad enough to piss anyone off.
Yeah, and the casuals.
Yeah.
We're not booing the Kings right now. 18.
Calm down. That was me booing. I was booing from the concourse.
1,811 was the attendance on Saturday.
Wow.
Were you waiting for that ice cream on the concourse while you were booing?
Yeah, it was right. It was right. Well, that's why I was booing. That's actually what I was booing. Is the ice cream was so good. There was a long line to get it. I couldn't get it.
Oh yeah, man. I mean I think that line went all the way to the neon lights of the Shakey's Pizza sign, Tower Records.
As soon as we came up from the media area, got off the elevator, we're like, why are there so many people over here? And you turn the corner and you look, and it was right there by where we sit. It's like, oh, they're all here for the ice cream joint. Yeah. All right, well, good for usually our man Mike and the whole crew.
Damien.
Nobody believes you when
it's
you
the
do
truth.
that. Why do you do that? Nobody believes you when you do that.
Because I'm there. I witness it. It's the line to see you.
Just telling lies. Lying to the people who listen to this program. Goodness gracious. Well, the Kings will close out the first part
of
stop the season. Will you stop? You know who Gorilla Monsoon is, don't you, James?
No.
Okay. All right.
I did love that halftime show though. That was incredible.
Oh, there you go. All right. Ham for the culture. Right there with the halftime show. Yeah. A pregnant woman suspended 100 feet in the air. And only the NFL,
Wild.
Baby.
Wild.
Only the NFL.
Chained down.
She's attached to something, right?
Yeah.
She's attached to something.
Harnesses.
If you're listening on ESPN 1320 or the Odyssey app and you want more Kings talk, you want more from James Ham, maybe you want to hear a little bit more about the Super Bowl, don't go anywhere. We're going to run it back next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hi, Rihanna.
Dunzo.
Oh. Yeah. It's fun to see them play like this and step up. Like that was one of those games where if you lose that game and then you come back and you lose the game to Phoenix a couple of nights later and you go into the break and you're the 5 seed but only a half game up on a Pacific Division rival, that's a big like dip.
That would have hurt.
Yeah.
That would have hurt.
Tyler Grinder, I haven't heard anything on Will Barton, and someone else was asking about Stanley Johnson as well. I like Will Barton, and I think Will Barton, he's not young, but if you're worried that Malik Monk was going to be out for any length of time, or you figured you might need a little bit more of a scorer, that would be a good ad. And is Jeremy Grant on the radar for the Kings this summer? I'm sure he's on the radar, but remember, Jeremy Grant grew up in Portland. That's a good fit. Is he Harvey Grant's son? So, his dad played there, and yeah, I have a hard time seeing him leave there. Although we're starting to hear some questionable things about their culture up there and about team players who are leaving are thank goodness I'm out of here. So, who knows?
All right, guys, we've got to shut it down because Squints is here, so he probably needs the studio. Appreciate you guys. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Oh, also before you go, you can go. Just go to ESPN1320.com for your chance to win tickets to see the Kings versus Portland. Go to the contest page and register. Boom. That easy, baby.
That easy.
That easy. Appreciate you guys. Make sure you check out the Kings Beat and all that good stuff, and we will see you tomorrow.